Okay. Hello. Hello. There it is. Okay, I want the suspects to look slightly different from the... We could call it profile. We could use the same one, I guess. Okay, how about we call that profile? And then if we attach a legacy text component to it, we can say victim and then name and then suspect to differentiate between the two. Okay, let's see. That could work. I don't like that font. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, like that's nice. That's very investigatory, right? It's almost like a typewriter. Yeah, it's almost like a typewriter, that one. That's probably why I like it. And so we could make that, we could attach it to the, by attaching it to the image profile, because I have an animator basically on the image that zooms and fades and stuff. This way, the size at least will follow its parent. No, I don't want it to work like that. Let's change that. We'll call it txt profile. We'll left align it, make it white. Okay. Now we can't see white on white, so if I add an outline to it of black 2 by -2 and then put it over the top of that, there we go. That's better. Maybe I do want it in the middle. It's hard to tell. You know, it's easy just to make it the width of the screen and then I know where center actually is. We could go a little bit higher. Shrink it down a bit so it's less blocky. And put it there maybe. Okay, so what am I doing right now? Okay, so let me explain what I'm doing. So everything's working pretty good, except for the fact that I'm using the main screen, this rear screen here with the logo on it. I'm using that screen to display the suspects, and they're getting all stretched because Stable Diffusion only does square images essentially. And it doesn't look that good. But when I introduce the victim, it looks pretty good because I use the square one and then I do like a zoom thing with it. But let me just check that actually, because now that we have that text in there, yeah, it would be better if we first of all start smaller. What we want to do is avoid overlapping that text, I think, because it's going to look a bit shit otherwise. So I'm going to limit its size, and I'll also push it down a little bit, I think. There we go. That looks better. Yeah, okay, I think that's going to look better. But I think it would also look better okay, I think it would also look better if we put this here. Right line there. Let me figure this out. Okay, I guess position's being overridden. There we go. Okay, now it does that. And then what I could do, because I have TXT, I have a TXT murder. TXT murder profile, maybe. That's on override screen. That's why, on overlay screen rather. Okay, this could work. This will look better actually. Okay, now what I need to do, so I can see where the screen, yeah, actually just leave it like that. So I can see where the profile ends. I'm just gonna, well, that's actually not, we can't see that right now though. Shouldn't we be able to see through that though? What the fuck is going on? There, that fixes that little error. Okay, God damn it, why can't we see through the canvas? I really don't know. Can we see that? No. Well, that's odd. Okay, I don't know why that is. That's kind of weird. So I'm just gonna have to guess. Okay, I'm going to guess the profile wants to be about there. Okay, so what I need to do now is at the moment, here's how it works. So we generate a bunch of profile images. We store them in image store. Image store sits on the rear screen and is a custom class type. There it is. And then image store has a bunch of images stored with indexes that we know about because everything is sequential. So we know that, for example, at index 0 we have the establishing shot. At index 1 we have the crime scene. At index 2 onwards we have the suspects. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do for evidence yet, but we'll figure that out when we get to it. So as we get to the suspects, I generate a profile, and actually I want to change this because it's waffling way too much. So let me just find that one. Right, suspect profile for a merger. I'm going to put in block capitals single paragraph because it's waffling way too much. Okay, so we generate a profile for each suspect. we generate a profile image for each suspect, and we've added a new dimension in the speech extend script so that we can basically, if we look at our speak, it's not open. Our speak line extend anyway now takes an image integer, and our API request can now return an integer as well, which is nice. So what I basically do is I tell the API request when it generates a profile to return the integer to us of the index of where the suspect lives on the image store, and then when we get our request back, we know exactly which suspect it belongs to, which image to show, and where, you know, what it relates to essentially. That's all working great, except for the fact that I was relying on my image store sitting on rear screen. Oh, actually, maybe the image store should, maybe it's the overrides that should go into the image store then. Because essentially it's going to be if show image value is less than 3, because 3 is where profile pictures are stored. So 0, actually it's less than, wait, hang on, 0 is establishing shot. Let me think about this. Yeah, no, it would be less than 3 because, okay, 0 is establishing shot, 1 is crime scene, and 2 is the victim. And then 3 onwards are suspects or pieces of evidence. So what we do at the moment is we just override the establishing shot with the image of the suspect, but it looks all stretched and shit. And our victim one looks much better. So here's what we'll do. If the image is less than 3, oh fuck, then we want to do it that way. Else, we'll want to use the victim profile thing, right? So what we can do is we can say public raw image profile call it image profile. Now this is just giving me another idea. I'm thinking maybe a stable diffusion response can contain some text as well, because it would be nice if this script is going to handle where to place images, which makes sense actually. The image store should be responsible for handling where the images go. I should take it out of the speech line extend because it's not really the speech engine's job to know where to place images, but it sort of needs to a certain degree, because you know, it basically what it's narrating relates to an image many times. But since we want to display the text as well, right, of what are we looking at, at the moment our images have no way of knowing the names of the suspects that they relate to. Well, that's not actually true. Okay, that actually isn't true, because we can easily get it. I'm trying to think how to do this. The problem is we get a random number of suspects, so if we tack our evidence on, okay, well, let's do this mathematically. If we tack our evidence on to the end of suspects, then the indices are going to change depending on how many suspects there are. But we could break that down here, right? So basically, if show image is greater than 3, then it must be either evidence or a suspect. So we could make the divide here, right? So what we should do is get an integer. So we could say int, and then we can read this directly from the murder mystery class, right? So if we do a public murder mystery, we can simply say integer num suspects equals murder mystery suspects count. So now we know how many suspects there are. So now we can divide this further, right? Because we can say, we know that the index of suspects is going to start at 3 and then end at number of suspects plus 3. So anything after that is evidence, right? So here we need another branch where we say if show image is greater than number of suspects plus 3, then this is evidence, else this is our suspects. I think that's right. It might be one off or something, but we'll figure that out. But it's gonna be roughly something like that. Okay, so we've figured out how many suspects there are for the case using number of suspects plus 3 because it starts at index 3. 0, 1, 2, yeah, it does. Okay, then we can decide whether it's evidence or suspects. So for now, we're just handling suspects. So we should be falling into this one here. So for suspect, what we want to do is we want the profile image texture, right? So it's profile, image profile dot texture equals get response stored image, right? So that basically sets the texture to the profile thing, right? We also want an image profile game object set active to false, and then we want to do the same and set it to true. Basically that resets the object. That makes sure that it becomes disabled and then re-enabled if it hasn't become fully opaque by that point. Opposite, fully non-opaque, fully transparent. Okay, because it does fade after a certain amount of time, and that also restarts the animation essentially. Okay, so now what do? Well, we need to display the suspect's name, and this could also handle the victim as well. Oh, actually, yeah, it can handle the victim. So we want the victim to be included in the suspects, right? So actually, this gets a little bit trickier. So if we want the victim to be handled the same way a suspect is, then we drop this down to 2 to include that. We make this 2, and now this is suspects and victim essentially. So here we can do the distinction between the two. We know it's the victim if it's index 2. 0, 1, 2. Yes. So if show image is 2, then our text displays the victim, else our text displays a suspect. So the victim will be text profile dot text equals murder mystery dot victim. We also want to label that as victim, so I'm going to say victim and then victim, and then this is exactly the same except a little bit different. Now for this I want to say the suspect number of total number and then the suspect's name. So let's do the suspect's name first. So we already know our number of suspects, right? So let's make this easier now. So integer suspect number is it should just basically be show image minus 3. Let me make sure that's right, because suspect starts at index 3, but 3 minus 3 is 0. It wouldn't be suspect 0, so it's minus 2. So that would be suspect number 1. And then we already have the count, right? So here we can say suspect number of number of suspects, and then close off a parenthesis bracket, and then the suspect's name. So suspect number of total numbers of suspects, and then I'll put a colon and space, and the suspect's name. This one says murder mystery victim, so this one needs to say suspects at position suspect number -1. Why -1? Because we count from 0, right? So suspect 1 is in index 0. All right, that should work. So let's link all that. However, there was one little change we need to make, because at the moment our speech engine is. I also need to link those. Our speech engine is responsible for showing the victim in the same way that I've just told it to display victims and suspects. So image profile is this one, TXT profile is this one, murder mystery is murder mystery. Okay, and then back in our speech engine extend, which is speech extend, that. Right, what I've basically done is I've said, if a bool that's marked as show image happens to be true on the current speech script that we're currently speaking, then speak to the image store that's associated with this, which is the rear screen, and set the image index to whatever the image index is stored within the speech request, essentially. This is now no longer this thing's job. If victim raw active self is true, yeah, okay. This is now handled by... No, actually, okay, we do still want to do this part. It doesn't matter about that. And we no longer need access to that. That's all we want to change. We still need to send the integer across to the victim store, so I can only take those lines out. So that still needs to happen. So that our speech engine tells show image to display the result. And then we also need to change our murder mystery generator, because at the moment the victim's profile doesn't have one of those attached to it, because I was wait, so what? So how was I... Wait a minute. So how was I activating the victim profile before? Was I doing it within murder mystery? Yes. Oh, because we were using instant out. We can still use that, to be honest. Okay, we can still use that. So what is instant out? Well, instant out basically is... so I don't get confused. We renamed that to image profile. So let's call it image profile. Basically, our Stable Diffusion API if this isn't null, then it will send the texture out to a raw image component immediately once it's finished processing. And that's what we want to do for the victim, essentially. Because we display the victim. So with the suspects, we display the suspects along with the suspect profile text generation. With the victim is described as part of the introduction to the murder. So we can load the victim as soon as the victim's profile image is ready to go. That's why we use instant out. But with the suspects, they're a little bit different because we need to make sure the suspect profiles have come back first, and then we deliver the suspect images alongside the suspect profiles. So that's why I can use instant out on the victim, but we can't use instant out for the profiles because we don't know how long the profiles are going to be. And each profile needs to display sequentially one after the other, and so these need to know which image belongs to which, blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. So that should be fine. So let's test that. Whew, that was fun. Let's test that then. Is murder mystery active? Wait, why do I have... That's kind of weird. Why do I have a murder evidence script on services open? I think that's a mistake. I think I can get rid of that. Yeah, I think I can get rid of that because essentially that is my murder mystery, which now lives on my rear canvas. I'm not sure what one's doing there. Maybe that's where I put it when I was building it out. I mean, I still have my DALL-E, which is like redundant now, so I'll get rid of that actually. Sometimes I just leave things behind. I just wonder if that's what that is. Probably. Okay, let's see if everything's working. All right, let's do it. What was that, you may wonder? Well, I don't even know why, to be completely honest, but if I don't put a space in a text mesh component, for some reason it displays some old code which I was using as lorem ipsum at one point, and now if I don't put something in there manually, for some unknown reason, that shows up instead. I have no idea why. It's just, I don't know. I really don't know why, to be honest. It doesn't force the text to refresh as nothing, basically. That's like drummed into it now for some weird reason. Right, my image profile is still active because, there we go. Okay, let's try it now. Can I hear it? Maybe if I turn it up.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. In the quiet hours of the night at St. Mary's Hospital, a shocking crime has taken place. Kaka, a beloved nurse known for her kindness and dedication to her patients, was found murdered in the hospital's staff break room. The room was eerily silent, with only the soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead casting a pale glow over the scene. As the investigators arrive on the scene, they are faced with a puzzling mystery. Who would want to harm Kaka, a well-respected member of the hospital staff? Was it a random act of violence, or is there a more sinister motive at play? The clock is ticking as the team must unravel the clues left behind in the dimly lit break room to catch the killer before they strike again.
Okay, something is seriously wrong. So if we look at rear screen, so rear screen has received 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images at this point, but it hasn't displayed. It's still being shown to show image 0. Despite, okay, we got, there's our establishing shot of the hospital. There's our victim there. That should have displayed. Store index is 2, which is correct. We're not using request IDs for these. So something went wrong. So let's take a look. Why didn't that work? So first of all, we need to make sure the victim's profile is setting where the fuck is the victim? There we go. Oh yeah, well we're using instant out image prof. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's not set on murder mystery. I wonder if I forgot to reset that. Yeah, there we go. That's why it's not working. Okay, I forgot to reset this. So murder mystery we can set on rear screen image profile as the raw image components. There we go. That's why it wasn't working. Okay, let's try it again. Also, I don't want to see it in big mode until I know everything's working properly. Okay, let's try that again.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery scenario of the murder of Stephen Fry at school during night. The prestigious boarding school, where the renowned actor and writer Stephen Fry was scheduled to give a lecture, has been plunged into chaos as his lifeless body was discovered in the school's library late at night.
Okay, this is good. So we got our commemorative picture of Stephen Fry. Yeah, it is on the right, which looks a bit weird because, yeah, I guess Stephen Fry's like flavor text is part of the main narrative, so it's showing in the middle. I'm not too concerned about that. The main thing I'm concerned about is that TXT profile, or whatever the fuck I called it. There it is. Yeah, TXT profile hasn't received his name. But it's because we put it out as well. Fuck. Yeah, okay. So shit, how am I gonna do this? Maybe I don't use the instant out on the murder because I don't have specific data. See, this is hard for the victim because basically the victim is displayed as soon as the image comes in. So I'm not trying to line the image up with narrative because this is all basically waffle. This is what I call my waffle generator, right? And all this is really doing is it's just buying us some time while Stable Diffusion is going and generating the images for the murder mystery for us. But what we can do is by the time the victim's picture is ready, we can display the victim's picture alongside this waffle, because the waffle is essentially introducing the murder of Stephen Fry to us. So it kind of makes sense to show the picture of Stephen Fry here. and it just, you know, makes things a bit more interesting. However, because I told my image store that when the image store show image receives an image, oh, that's fine. Okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. Right, so we know that the component that gets activated is this one. So essentially, if I delete this, line 301 is the line that complains. So that makes it easy for me to find where that's happening. So line 301, there, this is where it's happening. So that's actually not true. No, it's not, is it? Oh, you motherfucker. Shit, how am I going to do this? Because this one works differently. I suppose, okay, what I could do, this is really bad practice, but for this particular thing, it's fine. I guess I know when the victims come in. So this is pointless now because we don't display the victim this way. So these are always going to be... These are always going to be suspects anyway, because... So this is pointless now because these are always going to be suspects. Because the victim just doesn't work that way. So the way the victim works, though, is as soon as our image store count becomes 3, then our victim just loaded in, essentially. So what I could do is I could just say... Okay. If images count equals 3 and txt profile.text is still set to null, then go ahead and display the victim, because that must be the victim coming in to us, essentially. Why doesn't it like that? Is it and? What is your fucking problem? Oh, it's equals there, right? Okay. Suspect number, this doesn't count because it's not the victim, because the victim, right? So we can just go straight to this. Victim colon plus murder mystery victim. Boom. There we go. And we only do that because it's because the count must equal 3 and the txt profile text it must be null. We only do this whilst it's relevant, essentially. Okay, that should get the victim's name on there, I think, at the right time. So let's test it again.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome, detective. I have a new case for you. The murder of Tyra Banks, the famous supermodel and television personality, has shocked the world. The crime scene is a secluded beach during the night, where Tyra was found dead under mysterious circumstances. As you investigate this high-profile case, you will unravel secrets, uncover motives, and follow leads that will bring you closer to solving the murder of Tyra Banks. Are you ready to dive into this intriguing mystery and bring justice to the victim? There are a total of 11 suspects for this case, which are as follows. In the murder mystery game of David Copperfield, one of the suspects in the case of Tyra Banks...
I hate you! I hate you so much. Okay, that is not working at all. I'm getting mad. So the craziest part is, right, the name did get set, but the fucking image didn't show up. I don't know what's... And then also the thing that's made me the most mad is sometimes Chat GPT takes liberties, right, and it just doesn't do what I fucking tell it to do. Welcome to the murder mystery of David Copperfield. No, it's not the murder mystery of fucking David Copperfield. I told you clearly in instruction that David Copperfield is a suspect in the murder of Tyra Banks. I explain that explicitly, but sometimes ChatGPT comes back with fucking random bullshit, thinking it's clever, and it just fucks everything up. So I'm just getting mad because, like, this is really, really, really hard for me to control, and I put a lot of work into this, and when ChatGPT just shits all over it.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery scenario of the murder of Joe Rogan at school during night. Joe Rogan, a popular teacher at the local high school, was found dead in his classroom late one night. The school is now a crime...
Okay, but something is wrong, right? So Joe Rogan showed up. What the fuck is going on? I think it's because Joe Rogan ended up becoming... Okay, maybe Joe Rogan is... Store index was supposed to be 2. Yeah, no, okay, so... for fuck's sake. So they're coming back in the wrong order. I don't even know how that's happening. I guess stable diffusion's probably multi-threaded. And it's hard to sequence these out. But no, these should be sequenced out. I don't understand. Because I tell stable diffusion. So these are coming back in the wrong order.
And it's up to you to solve the mystery of who killed him. As you investigate the scene, you discover that Joe Rogan was well liked by his students and colleagues, making it difficult to imagine anyone wanting to harm him. However, as you dig deeper, you uncover a web of secrets,
it's not too
lies,
bad,
and hidden motives among the staff and students.
It was a little late
With the
to show
clock
up,
ticking
but
and the pressure mounting, can you unravel the mystery of Joe Rogan's murder before the killer strikes again? Put on your detective hat and get ready to piece together clues, interview suspects, and solve the case in murder of Joe Rogan at school during night. Good luck. There are a total of 10 suspects for this case, which are as follows. Ariana Grande, the pop sensation known for her angelic voice and larger-than-life performances.
Yeah, also another issue that we're having is we're supposed to be using the text that's like stuck on the left now, but to be honest, that is something that I forgot about. I don't know how I'm going to distinguish that. Fuck my So now I need to figure out how the hell do I know which subtitle box to use. Okay, one thing at a time. I'm still not happy with the Joe Rogan thing. So maybe a better way to do it is... Right, has the victim been introduced? Normally it would be false. If image profile, it's not image profile. It is image profile. Right, if the profile image becomes active and the victim hasn't been introduced yet, then set the victim's name here. And then victim introduce becomes true. And on enable, we just need to make sure we don't even have an on enable. Stop it! Type what I type, not what you want to type, you piece of shit. Fucking thing. Oh, I hate auto replace when it's so aggressive like that. Like, just type what I fucking... Look at the fucking pig's ear of this it's making. Just type what I type. Jesus. Right. I don't mind it hinting. You know when I'm typing stuff and it's... Like this is fine, right? Because it doesn't actually type that. Unless I press tab and ask it to complete. That's fine. I don't mind that. But when it's fucking changing shit all the time when I'm typing it. Like, fuck off. I don't want that. Drives me insane. Right. Reset start. We want to say victim intro is false. I want to say images.clear. I'm sure there'll be a bunch of other shit that we need to do as well. But for now, that'll be fine. Okay, so that might fix that. I think it probably will, to be honest. But now, I don't know, I feel weird about the victim text being where it is, but whatever, we'll figure it out. Oh, why is my nose being so crazy lately? Right, what was the other thing that I was struggling with that I wanted to do? Oh, this thing, yeah, okay. Yeah, how the fuck am I going to do this? Well, basically, like, if... So the logic wants to be that we currently use... Okay, yeah, the text mesh, so we use this output. So our simple logic would be, well, look, if... If show image is true on the request, then we want to use a different output, right? at the moment, oh, for fuck's sake. No, let's, because we're probably going to want some more control over this later. So, okay, let's flesh that out, right? So at the moment, we basically have one output for a Text Mesh Pro UGUI, which is text mesh. Yeah. Okay, let's change that, right? So what we want now is, have we got collections generic? Yeah, we do. Instead, let's do a private integer of text mesh output, right? Fucking hell. Text mesh output, which defaults to 0. And then we'll make this a public list of text mesh pro UGUI. Text mesh is equals new list. Again, oh my god, don't type for me. It's fine, I actually typed the right thing, but it's still like, it's still jarring because I'm trying to type it myself and then I just end up typing it twice and like, Jesus Christ. Like I say, I the thing I like, I don't want to just disable all of it because it's, if I disable all of it, right, there are two things that it does that I really like with this. One is called IntelliSense, which basically, if I say game object, right, and I want to see what's under game object, I just press dot and it literally lists them, right? Well, as I start typing, right, it's not fucking doing it now just to make me look like a fucking liar, but it does that, right? That's called IntelliSense. I like that, and I don't mind it like showing me what it thinks I want in gray, and then I have to press tab to complete it. That's fine. What I fucking hate, and it never used to be this aggressive with it, but this latest version of Visual Studio is so aggressive with its fucking auto replace. It just fucking changes code while you're typing it and shit. I fucking hate it. Like if I wanted it to do that, like, well, I would never want it to do that, right? Like, Jesus Christ, I want to just type my own code, and it's just changing everything. I fucking hate it. Okay, so at the moment we've got issues because it's saying it can't find the text mesh component, because now the text mesh component needs to know what index. Well, it's always going to be, okay, here it's always going to be the text mesh component at position tm out, right? Tm output. So we can add that, because as long as tm output integer is set correctly for the component that we want to use, then that's going to do what we want it to do. Except that's also now called meshes. There we go. So again, text mesh is at tm output game object set active to false. Okay, so now we need now basically, as we're processing requests, we need to make sure that our tm output index is set to the index that we want to use. Now in a situation like this, we're basically going to have to add some more depth to one of our existing things. So first of all, it's going to need to be directly in the speech request. So we need to go into speak line extend. So we're going to scripts. So here we have like show image and an image index and all the rest of it. I'm going to add a new integer in here, which is basically tm output. I'm going to set it at 0, so that basically that won't break any existing functionality. So the reason this is a good way to do it is if I do it this way, I don't have to go back and change every single output that's currently set, because it just means that by default it will assume that I want 0 unless it's set otherwise, which is fine because we only want to start using that functionality now. So then when I go into my speech requests, which is when we receive a profile image back, here's our new speech request, and we do this to set the image and all that shit. Now we can do new speech, and we can say TM output equals control number 1. Okay, so now when we get the request in, our TM output control will be overridden as a 1 for profiles that we're receiving. So now if I go back to speech extend, we can say as we process a speech request, which is what we actually do is we actually do everything as text, to be honest. There we go. We can do it with one line of text like that. So what we basically do now is we say, look, for every speech request that you get, look at the current item at the top of the inbox and set TM output to whatever is set as TM output for that individual speech request. So now when we do our override on profile images received, it'll change the TM output to 1. That still won't work until we hard set in the inspector our 2 separate controls now. And this is nice because now I've got a system that where I can have as many of these as I want, right, and override them, which is nice. So if we go to speech extend, which we're in, we should have there we go, text meshes. So we need 2 of those. So at position 0 we just want to use our txt murder, which is what we normally use, and then we want to use murder profile for element 1 if it's 1, because that's for a thingy profile. So let's test that.
Welcome to another murder mystery where you...
I'm not sure that I saved the change to the other script, so I'm just going to click save all up there. Yeah, I don't think it did. And then I would have been getting mad because it wasn't doing it. Oh my god, Unity, just fucking play already.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery scenario of the murder of John Lennon at the pool during the morning. John Lennon, the iconic musician and former member of the Beatles, was found dead at the luxurious poolside of a high-end hotel during the early hours of the morning. The serene setting of the pool was shattered by the discovery.
Okay, like this will be fine. I know I'm being a pain in the ass, but I want this to be right. Hang on. Where? God, there's so much shit in this. It's really hard to fucking keep track of. So txt murder. No, that's not it. There it is. TXT profile. Get TXT profile. Where is it? There it is. We're looking at the back of it. Okay. Yeah, this will be fine if I can just... I think that's just floating way off in the middle of nowhere, that's all. But this will be fine for profiles if I just move it somewhere like... I don't know, that. Maybe. So if I just grab the rect transform, I guess. Copy world transform and then override its rect transform. Boop. Yeah, that may seem like a small change, and it is a small change, but it's just stuff like this fucking irritates me. Right, there we go. Me, easily irritated? I don't believe it.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. You arrive at the bustling park on a crisp morning, the sun just beginning to rise above the horizon. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered by the discovery of a shocking crime, the murder of none other than the famous rapper and singer, Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj's lifeless body lies on the ground, surrounded by a small crowd of onlookers and police officers. The park, usually a place of joy and relaxation, is now a crime scene, filled with tension and suspicion.
Why is it
As a
taking
detective,
so long to
you
get
are called in
Heritage?
to unravel the mystery of Nicki Minaj's murder. The vibrant park is now a labyrinth of clues and potential suspects, each with their own motives and alibis. Can you piece together?
Right, what the fuck is happening? Did we not get the victim? Who's supposed to be the victim in this case? Because I thought Star Index 2 was the victim, but it introduced it as, oh, now it's coming, Nicki Minaj. Okay, deceased murdered victim, Nicki Minaj. Why did that take so long to generate?
Together the evidence, follow the trail of clues, and solve this high-profile case before it's too late. The clock is ticking, and the killer could be closer than you think. There are a total of 7 suspects for this case, which are as follows.
Jeez, look at that eyeball.
Snoop Dogg, the renowned rapper
Yeah,
and
that's
former
Snoop Dogg,
associate
alright.
of Nicki Minaj, emerges as a prime suspect in the murder mystery game.
I want to kill somebody. So you can see also, you can see what's happened here is because we changed. So this is working, right? But the problem is because it switched controls, it didn't wipe out the previous control. So okay, what we'll need to do is, you know, when we activate, I know what to do. When we make it active as false and we turn off the control, we need to just make sure we do that on all controls. Speech line extend. So hang on a minute. TM text meshes. TXT meshes. Okay, that's activating it. That's deactivating it. So for this now we need to say for each text mesh pro UGUI TM pro in text meshes, we can say TM pro dot game objects set active. It actually had it there. There we go. Set active dot false. There we go. And that'll just make sure that it clears out the old introduction about, well, wherever it wrote it to, it'll clear it out when it's time to clear it out, essentially. So that should fix that bug. Okay, that's fine. Let's try it now. I might put it in full screen. It seems to be working, but like that last one, the Nicki Minaj or whatever the fuck, like it seemed to take forever. Like all the other images had come back by the time she fucking showed up. Which I don't understand why it's not doing it in order, because I thought I was queuing these so that they went in sequential order, because that was the whole fucking point. And I got that to work with DALL-E, but then DALL-E robbed me of my last bit of OpenAI credit, and then I had to change
Welcome
everything
to
over
another
and
murder
start
mystery,
Diffusion.
where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm.
Ugh.
In this murder mystery scenario, the player is tasked with solving the murder of Hollywood actor Tom Cruise, who was found dead at a beach during the early morning hours. The player must navigate through the glamorous world of celebrity and uncover the dark secrets that led to Tom Cruise's untimely demise. With suspects ranging from jealous rivals to obsessed fans, the player must gather clues, interview witnesses, and ultimately solve the mystery to bring justice to the beloved actor's tragic death. Can you crack the case and reveal the truth behind the murder of Tom Cruise at the beach during the morning? There are a total of 8 suspects for this case, which are as follows. In the murder mystery game, Joe Rogan emerges as a suspect in the death of...
Why didn't it do it? Oh my god, that is one interesting picture of Joe Rogan. He doesn't have hair, what the fuck? Why isn't it doing it? It might just be that clear text hasn't been called for that one yet. If I give it time, it might disappear. But I thought it would do it when the other one did it. So hang on a minute. Let me just... Maybe when we set the other one to true, this is when we should be doing it. Let's just do it here as well. Jesus Christ, this is so fucking annoying. Right. Fucking do it, you piece of shit. Right. You know, I might also change that font for the profile, because I like the font that we used. What was the font that I used for the TXT profile? Was font Cascadia Mono. So if I do murder profile and do... Oh, this one needs a fucking text mesh one though, doesn't it? Oh, fucking hell. Yes, it does. So I need to make one. How do I do that again? Font asset creator. Okay, so we want... What do we want again? I've forgotten already. Cascadia Mono, but I don't want italics for this one, I don't think. So I just want Cascadia Mono. There we go. Generate font atlas. Save. Yeah, whatever. Close. Back to my murder profile. I should have a... Okay, it's not materials then. I'm looking for a... Okay, there it is. Cascadia Mono. Okay, let's try that. See what that looks like. Why do I do this to myself?
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim.
What? Now it doesn't show anything. Oh, because, yeah, I've caught... No, I know why. What an idiot. I did that after I enabled it, so now I just disabled it like an idiot. Okay, I am an idiot. Yes, sorry. Why am I apologizing? Who am I even apologizing to? Myself. You know, I never really apologize to myself. I appreciate that. It's nice to have an apology now and again.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome, detective, to the murder mystery of Jennifer Lopez at the beach during a sunny afternoon. Jennifer Lopez, the famous actress and singer, was found dead on the sandy shores of the beach. The sun was shining, the waves were crashing, but amidst the beauty of the day, a heinous crime had taken place.
Holy shit, she was...
Jennifer Lopez was known to be at the beach for a photo shoot for an upcoming project.
She was severely mutilated.
However, Her life was cut short in a tragic turn of events.
Wow, she was
The
so
investigation
mutilated.
has just begun, and it's up to you to unravel the mystery behind her murder. As you walk along the beach, you notice the footprints in the sand, the scattered belongings, and the curious onlookers who may have witnessed something. The suspects are many, from jealous rivals to obsessed fans, each with their own motives and alibis. Can you piece together the clues, interrogate the suspects, and solve the murder of Jennifer Lopez at the beach during the afternoon? The clock is ticking, and the truth is waiting to be uncovered. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 8 suspects for this case, which are as follows. In the murder mystery game, Dwayne Johnson emerges as a suspect in the suffocation death of Jennifer Lopez at the beach during the afternoon. Known for his strength and imposing presence, Dwayne Johnson's character is revealed to have harbored jealousy towards Jennifer Lopez, stemming from a past disagreement over a movie role. Witnesses recall seeing him arguing with Lopez on the beach that afternoon, and his fingerprints are found on a piece of fabric near the crime scene that could have been used in the suffocation. As the investigation unfolds, it becomes clear that Johnson...
It's taken liberties again. I said one fucking paragraph and it's waffling on and on and on. It's fine though. Another thing I just realized is probably why it's not working. It was starting to work, but now it's decided to use the other text control again. But I think I know why. It's because on here I don't retain that when I reformat it, basically. So a new request. We now need to make sure that TM output is TM output, but no. I'm going to call it request TM output, and then we need to make sure we do an integer. Can you imagine if I'd kept it as DALL-E? I'd be £600 in debt by now. All the fucking images that you have to generate to test this, because you've got to run it and 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 run it. It's just the way fucking game development is. Right, what I'm not sure about as well is where the fuck are my shadows for this? We don't have any. I would also like to shrink it a bit. Why are there no shadows? Extra settings, margins. I thought there were shadow options. Where are shadows? Jesus Lord on high. Where are shadows? I have shadows on this one. Where the fuck did I put the shadows in? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Pretty sure this one has shadows. Or an outline or something, doesn't it? It has an outline. So where did I put in the outline for this? This one has an outline. Overflow. Margins. I don't understand where the shadow is coming from. Or the outline, rather. I keep saying fucking shadow, it's an outline. Outline. Dark purple, even though it looks fucking black to me, but whatever. So what is that? Okay, so that's being added by under the typewriter settings. But this is the other thing that really fucking annoys me about these things. I duplicated the murder to make this one. So why didn't that get inherited? Outline here. Fucking hell. I'm trying to get blood out of a fucking stone. Why can't I see it? Right, now I can see it. I like how I tell it to go purple and it just makes it black. It's whatever. Okay, that should have an outline now. Alright, let's try it again. Fucking hell.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery scenario of the murder of Conan O'Brien at a farm during the afternoon. Conan O'Brien, the famous late-night talk show host, has been found dead on a farm in the countryside. The murder took place during a sunny afternoon while Conan was visiting the farm for a special segment on his show. The farm is a
Hello, Alexandria.
with various
Slowly, very slowly.
farm equipment scattered around.
We're getting there though.
As the lead detective in this case, it is your job to uncover the truth behind Conan's murder. You will need to interview the farm owner, the farmhands, and anyone else who was present at the time of the murder. Search for clues, examine the crime scene, and piece together the evidence to solve this heinous crime. Be prepared for twists and turns, as everyone on the farm may have a motive for wanting Conan O'Brien dead. Can you crack the case and bring the killer to justice? The clock is ticking, and the pressure is on. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 10 suspects for this case.
Where was
which are as
Conan
follows.
O'Brien? He didn't even show up.
In the murder mystery game, Britney Spears emerges as a suspect in the
That's
death
not
of Conan
Britney Spears.
O'Brien at the farm during the afternoon.
Oh, I swear to God, everything works and then everything just falls apart for like no discernible reason. Well, no, I think the reason why is because some reason fucking Conan O'Brien was taking 6,000 years to generate, and I think it threw everything off. But also, I thought we had a system now where... Oh, good lord, this is really starting to piss me off. I thought our Diffusion API did one request at a time. Let's just watch our Diffusion API and see what it does. It should be completing a request before it moves on to the next one. And I think this is why it's thrown it out of sync sometimes, because I think it's not. But I don't understand why not, because I set it up that way. I had the same issue with DALL-E at first, but then we couldn't use DALL-E because DALL-E's just going to get way too expensive. Like, the amount of images I've got to generate just by running this and running this and running this and running this.
Welcome to another murder
That'd be
mystery,
£600
where
in
you
debt
must
by
find
now.
the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to a new murder mystery scenario set at a beach during the night. The victim in this case is the famous singer and actress, Selena Gomez. The peaceful and serene atmosphere of the beach has been shattered by this heinous crime, leaving everyone shocked and searching for answers. Selena Gomez was found lying lifeless on the sandy shore, with the waves gently lapping at her feet.
Why's she got her tits out?
The moonlight casts an eerie glow over the scene, illuminating the crime scene with a haunting light. As the investigator on this case, it is up to you to unravel the mystery surrounding Selena Gomez's murder and bring the culprit to justice. The beach is not only a place of beauty and tranquility, but also a potential hotbed of secrets and hidden motives. As you delve deeper into the investigation, you will encounter a cast of characters with their own motives and alibis. From jealous rivals to obsessed fans, everyone is a suspect in this high-profile case. Can you piece together the clues, uncover the truth, and solve the murder of Selena Gomez at the beach during the night? The clock is ticking, and the waves of the ocean hold more secrets than meets the eye. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 11 suspects for this case, which are as follows. Mike Tyson is a prime suspect in the murder of Selena Gomez at the beach during the night. Known for his strength and aggressive nature, Tyson had a history of violent outbursts. Witnesses reported seeing him arguing with Gomez earlier that evening, and his volatile temper could have escalated to a physical altercation resulting in her choking death. With his background in boxing and physical prowess, Tyson would have had the capability to overpower Gomez, making him a formidable suspect in this tragic murder case. In the murder mystery game, Serena Williams emerges as a suspect in the death of Selena Gomez at the beach during the night. Known for her competitive nature and strong physical prowess, Serena's jealousy over Selena's rising fame and popularity could have led to a heated confrontation that turned fatal.
Okay,
With
it's
her
nice when it
powerful grip
works.
and athletic abilities, Serena could have easily overpowered Selena, resulting in her death by choking. As the investigation unfolds, Serena's competitive drive and potential motives come under scrutiny, painting her as a formidable suspect in this chilling beachside crime. As a suspect in the murder of Selena Gomez at the beach during the night, Neil deGrasse Tyson's meticulous attention to detail and scientific knowledge could have been used to plan a sophisticated crime. Known for his intellect and sharp wit, Tyson may have orchestrated a scenario where Selena was lured to the beach under false pretenses, only to be ambushed and choked to death.
She was double Tyson to death.
His deep understanding of physics and anatomy could have been leveraged to ensure the choking was carried out in a precise and calculated manner, leaving little room for error or evidence. Despite his public persona as an astrophysicist and educator, Neil deGrasse Tyson's potential dark side and hidden motives could unravel as
I asked
the
for
investigation
one
progresses,
paragraph, it's
revealing
waffling
a
on and
complex
on.
web of deceit and betrayal.
Okay, I might need to change the
Jessica Simpson,
like the
a
limit
former
on this.
rival
She's
of
showing up
Selena
in every
Gomez
bloody
in the music
run.
industry, is a key suspect in the murder mystery game. Known for her jealousy and erratic behavior, Jessica was spotted arguing with Selena at the beach during the night of the murder. Witnesses reported seeing Jessica storming off in a fit of rage, which could have escalated to a physical
Yeah, she looks the
altercation
type.
leading to Selena's tragic death by
She's like
choking.
the right diva.
With a history of volatile relationships and a motive for revenge, Jessica's involvement in Selena's murder cannot be overlooked in the investigation. In the murder mystery game, Bruno Mars is a suspect in the death of Selena Gomez at the beach during the night. Bruno, known for his smooth charm and charismatic persona, had a history of jealousy towards Selena due to her rising fame and success in the music industry. Witnesses reported seeing Bruno and Selena engaged in a heated argument earlier that evening, and Bruno's fingerprints were found on the object used to choke Selena to death. Despite his initial alibi, inconsistencies in his story and motive for the crime make him a prime suspect in this chilling murder case. As the sun set on the beach that fateful night, suspicion fell upon the enigmatic and fiercely talented Beyoncé Knowles in the murder of Selena Gomez. Known for her commanding presence and powerful voice, Beyoncé's jealousy over Selena's rising fame and influence in the music industry had long been rumored. Witnesses reported seeing Beyoncé and Selena engaged in a heated argument just moments before Selena was found lifeless, her cause of death determined to be choking. Beyoncé's stoic demeanor and unwavering alibi only added to the intrigue surrounding her involvement in Selena's tragic demise, leaving investigators to unravel the tangled web of secrets that bound these two music icons together. In the murder mystery game, Dwayne Johnson is a suspect in the choking death of Selena Gomez at the beach during the night. Known for his strength and physical prowess, Dwayne Johnson's character is portrayed as having a tumultuous relationship with Selena Gomez's character, leading to a heated argument that escalated into a physical altercation.
Kat wanted this tea, she's getting the tea here.
With his powerful grip and imposing stature, Dwayne Johnson's character becomes a prime suspect as the one who could have potentially choked Selena Gomez to death in a fit of rage. As the investigation unfolds, players must navigate through Dwayne Johnson's complex motives and alibis to uncover the truth behind Selena Gomez's tragic demise. Drizzy, a mysterious and enigmatic figure known for his quick temper and volatile behavior, emerges as a prime suspect in the murder of Selena Gomez at the beach during the night. Rumors swirl about Drizzy's obsession with Selena and his jealousy towards anyone who showed her attention. Witnesses recall seeing Drizzy and Selena engaged in a heated argument earlier that evening, leading to speculation that things escalated to a violent confrontation.
She was just arguing with everyone from the sounds of it.
Drizzy's history of erratic behavior and violent outbursts, combined with the fact that Selena was found choked to death, paint a chilling picture of a potential killer consumed by jealousy.
Selena was seen arguing with all of the crabs on the beach.
As a suspect in the murder of Selena Gomez at the beach during the night, Daniel Tosh's sarcastic and controversial humor could have escalated into a heated argument with Gomez, leading to a physical altercation where he accidentally or intentionally choked her. Tosh's reputation for pushing boundaries and making provocative statements could have fueled a confrontation that turned deadly, making him a potential suspect in this chilling crime. In the murder mystery game, Chris Rock is a suspect in the death of Selena Gomez at the beach during the night. Known for his sharp wit and comedic talent, Chris Rock's jealousy over Selena's rising fame and popularity could have driven him to commit the crime. The investigation reveals that Chris was seen arguing with Selena earlier that evening.
She was just
and
arguing
his
with
quick
everyone.
thinking and improvisational skills could have been used to cover up.
I don't know,
the
it's starting
true
to sound
cause
like
of
she
death,
deserves it, to be
choking.
honest. She's going around arguing with everyone.
As the detectives dig deeper, they uncover a dark side to Chris Rock's persona, leading them to question if his humor is just a mask for something more sinister. As a suspect in the murder mystery game, Kevin Hart was spotted arguing with Selena Gomez at the beach during the night of the incident. Witnesses heard raised voices and saw a struggle between...
So my main issue with this now is it's not very creative. Every single witness, it just says they were spotted arguing with Selena, and so it just sounds like, wow, it just sounds like she's just been going around arguing with everyone. So I wonder if maybe I should have some kind of, like, I need to coax it more, I think, and be like, okay, give me a profile in relation to being a suspect for this murder, And then like argumentation, like arguing could be one of like many dice rolls. So if I could think of like other things to coax it with, so that not it's because at the moment it's just basically saying all 11 other celebrities or whatever just were spotted arguing with Selena at one point. So it just it just sounds like Selena's just been. The dark side of his persona arguing with Selena Gomez at the beach at night of the indecent. I know every single profile just sounds exactly the same, which is understandable. So I'm thinking, how can I coax it? I don't know, because when I ran this last night, I was getting a bit more variation from it. So I wonder if it's just like a temperature issue. Spotted arguing with Selena Gomez. Yeah, they're all like a couple of them. It'll say, you know, this celebrity could have been jealous. Okay, so I guess let me think about this. I need to think about ways in which I can coax it. So let's see. Maybe not motives. I don't know whether motives necessarily. They could be kind of motives. Let's just call them motives for now. So we could include spotted arguing. I think we need some like random things to like throw in there so that they don't all sound the same. What would be interesting as well is romantic involvement. Could be one. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm trying to think. Can you think of any? How would you do this? Let's see. Maybe I need to watch some crime things. Romantic involvement. One could be like career disputes. And the opposite one of that, you know, where like career, like you have, what do you call it? Like the competitiveness thing. So spotted arguing, romantic involvement, career disputes, public feud, scandal. You just throw scandal in there, right? Involved in a scandal, and then let it fill in the blanks, right? Involved in a scandal. Adultery could be a good one. What else could we have? And in this way, I think if we roll the dice and throw one of these terms in and say, okay, we want a profile about the suspect, and then please include, you know, spotted arguing, then, you know, that's only one of however many we can think of. Money. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, money. Yeah, financial gain, maybe is the way to put that. Social media posts, relationship, job opportunity. Yeah, so I'm trying to think how I would sum that up. Like a so career disputes. We could have jealousy in there. Jealousy. Social media drama. What else did you say? Financial gain, money. Oh, you could have the opposite of financial gain, right? We could say financial struggle. What could also be fun, right? Is caught stalking. Caught stalking. So one of these, that could be a dice roll where it's like, okay, right, Chris Rock or whatever had recently been caught stalking her, trying to get a date or something like that. Could even have like romantic jealousy. So we could have, okay, yeah, we could have like career jealousy, romantic jealousy. Relationship struggles. I'm just throwing some terms like family involvement. Shamed by victim. Oh, that's a good one. Bullied by victim. Like some of these could be like, you know, maybe motives that were actually started by the victim, you know. Cheated on. That's a good one. Cheated on by a victim. That's good. It's kind of similar to like relationship, but it's like, I just think if we throw some of these things in, and that's a good place to start, I think. And then I think if I dice roll these and then throw them into the profiles randomly, we should get a bit more variation, I think. So yeah, let's call this motives, and we'll make a new thing. I thought it said maze slaves then, but it says maze slaves. Right, so we can have motives. Okay, so I need to go into my script. Let's load these, add these to the thing. Yeah, because I think the problem at the moment is that a lot of these things just sound the freaking same. It's just like 11 suspects all seen arguing with Selena Gomez. Solve the case, and it's like, it's not very interesting. But like, if it turns out that, because it could be quite funny as well. Now we get these weird cases where it sounds like the victim was shagging everybody. Alright, so now we want to get data. We already said motives, but we want to add it into motives.count. Alright, So now we load motives. Nothing wrong with a little shagging. Oh, indeed. But maybe in the same afternoon on the same beach. It's a little much. Is there anything else I can think of to add to that list of motives? Let's do divorce settlement. What do they call it when there's child custody? That's it. Child custody battle. That's a good. Oh, these are good. These are good. Woohoo! These are good. Oh, I like this. Right. Okay. This could be fun. Right. So now when we ask for a profile, we'll dice roll one of those motives. And we'll stick it in the request. So suspect profile for a murder mystery game. I might not say murder mystery game because it keeps saying for the murder mystery game. It's like, yeah, we know it's a murder mystery game. You don't have to keep telling us shut up. Single paragraph outline, which it's completely ignoring, by the way. Single paragraph outline has suspect relating to the murder of so and so, so and so. So I might just add it here and just say with known motives. With known motive. And we can add the motive in there. So if I do string motive equals Unity engine dot random dot range, pick a number from 0 to motives dot count. And set that up from motives. You could also throw in criminal activity. Oh yeah, and political. Oh, I like that. Yeah, they're very good. Thank you. I like those. Political. Oh yeah, we could have. You just give me another idea as well. Because I was going to put it as political ideology, but let's do. But that makes me think. Cult involvement, right? Like religious cult involvement. That's a good one. And what was your other one? Yeah, mob and mafia involvement. Criminal activity. With victim. Criminal acts against victim. There we go. Conspiracy rumors. Something like that. Conspiracy. And what about recent mental breakdowns or something like that? Okay, that could be good. I like that. Drug dealing, drug. Yeah. Recent drug dealings with a victim. Okay, I like that. Okay, so we pick we pick one of those from motives and add it to the text, and then we can add that Motive. Okay, let's see how that changes things. That could be more interesting. Alright, let's see how we get. It's coming along. It's looking pretty good, actually, when it works. I mean, it normally works. It's just, for some reason, sometimes the victim picture comes
Welcome
back
to
so
another
late.
murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to a thrilling murder mystery scenario set at a luxurious hotel during the night. The victim, Dynamo, a famous magician known for his incredible illusions and mesmerizing performances, has been found dead in his hotel room under mysterious circumstances. The hotel is bustling with guests and staff, each with their own secrets and motives. As the detective assigned to the case, it's up to you to unravel the web of lies and deceit that surrounds Dynamo's murder. With a cast of suspicious characters, hidden clues, and the race against time, can you solve the murder of Dynamo at the hotel during the night before the killer strikes again? Good luck, detective. The clock is ticking. There are a total of 5 suspects for this case, which are as follows.
Alright.
As a suspect in the murder of Dynamo at the hotel during the night
Michelle
by poisoning, Michelle Obama's known motive of career disputes could have driven her to commit the crime. With her background in law and public service, Michelle Obama may have felt threatened by Dynamo's rising influence in the political arena, leading her to resort to extreme measures to eliminate the competition. Her strategic mindset and access to resources could have enabled her to orchestrate a sophisticated poisoning scheme, ensuring her rival's demise and securing her own path to success. As the investigation unfolds, suspicions turn towards Avril Lavigne, a renowned singer who has been plagued by conspiracy rumors throughout her career. Known for her rebellious image and enigmatic persona, Lavigne has been linked to various conspiracy theories by online sleuths and fans alike. It is believed that Dynamo,
it's much more varied now,
found
isn't it?
dead at the hotel during the night, may have stumbled upon information that could potentially expose one of Lavigne's alleged secrets.
That's much more
With
interesting
a history of being fiercely protective of her privacy and reputation, Lavigne's involvement in Dynamo's poisoning death raises questions about the extent she would go to silence those who threatened to reveal the truth behind the rumors surrounding her. As the investigation into the murder of Dynamo at the hotel during the night unfolds, suspicion falls on Demi Moore, driven by intense romantic jealousy. Demi's tumultuous relationship with Dynamo had been the talk of the town, with rumors swirling
this is
about
so much more
infidelity
interesting
and
now.
betrayal. Known for her cunning and manipulative ways, Demi's jealousy reached a boiling point, leading her to resort to extreme measures. With access to poison and a motive rooted in heartbreak, Demi becomes the prime suspect in Dynamo's poisoning, as her obsession with him ultimately turned deadly. As a suspect in the murder of Dynamo at the hotel during the night by poisoning, Amitabh Bachchan's known motive of stalking adds a chilling layer to the crime. His obsession with Dynamo could have escalated to a deadly confrontation, especially if Dynamo discovered his stalking activities. Amitabh Bachchan's fame and influence could have provided
that's so
him
much
with
better.
the means to
That is
access
so
the
much
poison
better.
discreetly, and his intense
Now it's not just,
emotions
they were
towards
seen
Dynamo
arguing.
might
Oh,
have
they were
driven
seen
him to
arguing.
commit the
Oh, they
murder
were
in a
seen
moment
arguing.
of passion or rage. The dark side of celebrity stalking and the lengths to which it can lead someone to go are all too evident in this tragic event.
That's so
As a
much
suspect in the murder of Dynamo at the hotel during the night, Conan O'Brien's career jealousy could have driven him to commit the crime. Known for his quick wit and sharp humor, Conan may have felt threatened by Dynamo's rising popularity and success in the entertainment industry. Feeling overshadowed, Conan could have seen Dynamo as a rival and resorted to poisoning him to eliminate the competition.
Yeah, that's so much better.
His envy and desire to remain at the top of the entertainment world could have pushed him to take drastic measures, ultimately leading to Dynamo's untimely death.
Alright, so... Cool. Yeah, that's much better. That's much better. Because now everybody has, like, a sort of fake, randomly generated motive that ChatGPT's been a bit more creative with. Which makes, like, just, yeah, like I say, well, it's just so much better than, scene arguing. It's so much more interesting. And it gives, like, interesting things to interview the suspects about, right? Like, okay, what was this dispute? What was this thing? Trying to get to the bottom of it. So the important thing now is I need to make sure, and at the moment I actually don't do that, but what I need to do is I need to make sure these profiles that it generates, actually I think I do, okay, I do store the profiles here, but I don't have the responses actually. Yeah, so what I need to do is I need to make sure, I need to have a way now to store profiles against suspects so that we can feed that back to the AI when it's time to interview the suspect. Because obviously if we find out that, you know, Conan O'Brien was, you know, having a sexual relationship with the victim or whatever, and then we come to interview and they're like, no, I know nothing about that, it'll be weird, right? So, like, it's important that whatever it says about these things is, like, stored somewhere so we can feed it back and sort of embellish or elaborate more on that. Also, right, so we have evidence, so it creates evidence already. Now these were the requests. We do get evidence back though. Where does the evidence go? Evidence. Oh, I think it goes into the murder mystery. Okay, so what I should probably do then... Yeah, here we go. So it's generated evidence already. The evidence was quite good. I was quite happy with the evidence. Although it's not that creative, but you know, I suppose you say death by poisoning and stuff. It's just that it seems to go in the same place. A hidden vial of cyanide, but then it tries to link, because I tell it the suspects, it tries to like randomly link. So the way this works is we roll a dice and say generate whatever between minimum evidence and maximum evidence. So it'll generate between 4 and 8 pieces of random evidence, and we send it the list of suspects. So the language model just decides if it wants to link evidence to the suspects. Then additionally what I do is I do a 50-50 dice roll to determine whether the killer, so we haven't told the AI anything about the killer or anything at this point, because when I was doing that I was blurting out the fucking killer. So in this case the killer was meant to be Michelle Obama. So what I then do after I've generated the random pieces of evidence is I do a 50-50 dice roll to determine whether the killer specifically left a piece of evidence behind or not. So I don't know whether that was rolled yes or no. What is this last piece? If I did, it would be in the last piece of evidence, so I need to make sure I shuffle the evidence before we deliver it to the player. Yeah, this is very vague, to be honest. This piece of evidence just says a torn piece of a hotel receipt with distinctive signature and elegant cursive writing indicating a late night room service order for a bottle of champagne and 2 glasses delivered to the victim's room shortly before the time of death. So it probably didn't send that request, because that request would probably have tried to link something to Michelle Obama if it had rolled on a yes. So the next thing I want to do, we'll store those profiles that it's generating because they're quite good. We'll store them in the same in the same slots as the suspects, so that we could make a suspect class, to be honest. I won't do that though. We'll do suspect profiles. Then what we'll do is these profiles that have been delivered to the player, we'll store them in the same slots as the suspects so that we can feed the profiles back along with the suspect. And then next thing I want to do is I want to shuffle this evidence list and deliver each piece of evidence to the player. I probably want to generate, now that I can generate images for free, I may as well like generate an image of each of these as well, which I don't do yet. So I want to generate images for the evidence, shuffle the evidence, deliver the evidence to the player, and on each piece of evidence, I'm going to ask the player, do you wish to link this to one of the suspects or not? And then if you say yes, you know, link to suspect whoever, 1, 2, 3, that will also get fed back to the AI so that, like, you know, it's aware that it's implicated in a certain way. And if you say no, then essentially like the evidence is kind of considered to be linked to everyone. So the reason for that is, like, if we get some of this evidence should be linked to a specific, although it's not. This one, in this one, it hasn't actually done that. Or maybe it has, I just haven't found one yet. Yeah, am I not sending those requests the same? Before it was actually... Yeah, normally I was getting like... Like, none of these pieces of evidence can be linked to a specific person. That is not how it was doing it before. I wonder why it's doing it differently now. Let me check my evidence requests. Something gone wrong? Weird. I don't know why it's not doing it the way it was the other day. Well, when I first generated that evidence thing, it was linking it to some of the suspects, but this time it hasn't, which I find a bit strange. Yeah, so we do ask for flavor text of one piece of new evidence for a murder mystery game, and we include cause of death, victim. Oh, the killer is... Oh, wait, I'm not actually saying the suspects, interestingly. Oh wait, there's two pieces of evidence, so this might be... No, this is the coin flip. Okay, this is the evidence specifically left by the killer if the dice rolls true. This is the standard piece of evidence. We should include the suspects. Yes, suspect list. For each suspect, we go through the suspect list and we add them to the list. So weird that it hasn't tied any of these pieces of evidence to anyone in particular. So I wonder if I should... The reason I did it that way is because I want a mixture of both. Ideally, I would like it so I'd like some evidence to point specifically to a specific suspect, but I like the idea of having some evidence that we don't know who left it there or whatever, because you're not always going to know. The issue with this particular generation is it hasn't linked any of the evidence to anybody, which I find kind of problematic. So maybe I should do it the same as the killer one, where I do a 50-50 dice roll, and there's a 50-50 chance that it links to a specific suspect, and if it rolls true that we are going to link it to a specific suspect, then we randomly pick a suspect to link it to, and then request that in the text here, just to ensure that we don't end up with this again, where none of the evidence links to anybody in particular, which I find problematic, to be honest. Okay. So let's do that. So we'll do a 50-50 dice roll. So we want integer coin flip equals Unity Engine random range because we already used coin flip. Well, can I not just say coin flip? No, doesn't want me to use it. Ugh, this is annoying. Okay, fine. I'll call it coin flip sus for suspect. Coin flip suspect, and then we can say if coin flip suspect lands on a 1, then link it to evidence, else don't link it to evidence. So our listener request will change depending on where it lands. This isn't necessarily unlinked to a suspect, but leave it to the AI, basically. Okay, so if we link it to a suspect, we want a string linked suspect equals Unity Engine random range number for suspects.counts. Suspects.counts, and because we're getting the string from suspects, that becomes the index driver for suspects. Okay, so now we have a suspect name in linked suspect. So flavor text for one piece of evidence for a murder mystery game. For one piece of new evidence. This evidence should link to suspect, and we'll say link suspect, and we don't need to include any existing evidence or any other suspects for this particular request, I don't think. Okay, flavor text only for one piece of evidence for a murder mystery game. So if we roll 50-50 that we are linking it, then we randomly link it to a random suspect, else we leave it to the AI to decide and put that in the request instead. So that should give us more pieces of evidence that are linked to suspects at least. Alright, let's test that. Let's check to make sure evidence. Oh, I also wanted to add, yeah, let's add actually the suspect profiles. Right, so when we receive a profile back, handle profile received, new speech, we send that out to the speech engine. Speech requests, add new speech. We should also say suspect profiles, add. Response. There we go. Alright, and so what we should see in this newer version is the suspect profile should link to the same indexes as the suspects if all is working properly, and our evidence should be better linked to suspects, which definitely is what we need for the next step. Alright, let's see what we get.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. In the bustling city of Los Angeles, the glamorous socialite Paris Hilton was found dead at a popular park during the early hours of the morning. The news of her murder has sent shockwaves through the city, as the beloved celebrity was known for her extravagant lifestyle and high-profile connections. As the player delves into the investigation, they will uncover a web of secrets, scandals, and betrayal within Paris Hilton's inner circle. With a list of suspects ranging from jealous rivals to scorned lovers, the player must navigate through the glitzy world of Hollywood to unravel the truth behind Paris Hilton's untimely demise. As the player follows the clues and interrogates suspects, they will come face to face with the darker side of fame and fortune, where loyalty is scarce, and everyone has something to hide. Can the player solve the murder of Paris Hilton and bring her killer to justice, or will the glittering facade of Hollywood prove too elusive to crack? The clock is ticking, and the stakes are high in this thrilling murder mystery. There are a total of 6 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder of Paris Hilton at the park during the morning, Blake Shelton's potential mafia involvement raises red flags. Known for his connections to organized crime, Shelton may have been tasked with eliminating Hilton due to her interference or knowledge of mafia activities. The use of a garrote or ligature as the cause of death suggests a deliberate and calculated approach, fitting with the precision often associated with mafia hits. Shelton's motive could stem from a desire to protect his criminal ties or to send a message to others who may threaten the organization's secrets. His involvement in the murder of Paris Hilton cannot be discounted, given his background and potential links to the mafia. As the investigation into the murder of Paris Hilton at the park during the morning unfolds, suspicion falls on a social media influencer known for her dramatic online presence and rivalry with Paris Hilton, Kim Kardashian West. Known for their tumultuous relationship and public feuds, Kim's obsession with social media drama may have escalated to a deadly level. The use of a garrote or ligature to strangle Paris hints at a premeditated and personal attack, potentially fueled by jealousy or a desire for revenge in the competitive world of social media. With a motive deeply rooted in their online rivalry, Kim Kardashian West emerges as a compelling suspect in the murder of Paris Hilton. As the investigation into the murder of Paris Hilton at the park during the morning unfolds, suspicions turn towards Leonardo DiCaprio, a known stalker who had been caught obsessively following Hilton in the weeks leading up to her death. DiCaprio's infatuation with Hilton had escalated to a dangerous level, and the discovery of her strangled body with a garrote or ligature points to a crime of passion. With a motive rooted in jealousy and obsession, DiCaprio becomes a prime suspect in the murder, his erratic behavior and fixation on Hilton painting a chilling portrait of a man driven to drastic measures to possess the object of his desires. As investigators delve into the murder of Paris Hilton at the park during the morning, a suspect emerges in the form of a devoted follower of Jessica Alba, driven by a fervent belief in conspiracy rumors surrounding the actress. This individual, obsessed with the idea of protecting Alba's reputation at all costs, may have viewed Hilton as a threat due to their high-profile status and connections in the entertainment industry. The suspect's fixation on the alleged conspiracies involving Alba could have...
Alright, let's see if the evidence links now better. So that's the old evidence, this one. Evidence 1. There you go, that one's linked to Jessica Alba straight away. Okay.
Deep-seated belief in the existence of nefarious plots may serve as key indicators of their involvement.
That's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We've got quite a few things here.
As the investigation into Paris Hilton's murder at the park during the morning unfolds,
yeah, I can see Emma Watson and stuff, so it looks, it's definitely, we're getting more linked things now, which is nice.
For his fiery temper and competitive nature. Ramsey's deep-seated career jealousy towards Hilton.
Okay, so we got a scarf left by Jessica Alba. We got Gordon Ramsay's rare vintage car was spotted or something. Kim Kardashian, a strand of hair from Kim Kardashian, signature pink hair or something. They're all linked now. Designer scarf found near the crime scene with a pattern of Emma Watson. Another Kim. I can't even say it. Kardashian seen wearing
the suspect in the murder mystery.
A designer fabric found seen worn by Kim Kardashian near the body or something. Fabric found matching a scarf known to belong to Jessica Alba. And Gordon Ramsay's exclusive cologne was sniffed near the murder scene. Oh my god, what is with that, like, 4-year-old Emma Watson?
The use of a garrote or ligature suggests a premeditated...
Jesus Christ, that must be before she even started acting. It looks like it's, it looks like it came straight out of this fucking nursery pictures.
Investigation into their relationship, interactions, and any possible conflicts could reveal the truth behind Paris Hilton's tragic demise.
Oh, this is so fun. It's so funny. Alright, yeah, so I think that's good. And let's make sure the profiles, the next thing we need to do is make sure the profiles match the people. So evidence looks good. Evidence looks good. Now we just need to make sure that the profiles in these slots, so this one should be Blake Weston. The profile is for Blake Weston. Shelton, I don't know why I'm getting Weston from. Yeah, Blake Shelton. This one needs to be Kim Kardashian's profile. Kim Kardashian's profile. Excellent. This one should be Leonardo DiCaprio's. Yep, DiCaprio's. Fantastic. So now the next stage is to display the evidence to the player. And then the player, we as the player, decide if we want to link evidence to a specific suspect or not. So then we just need to create like a one-to-one, like you do with databases. We'll basically store the integer of the suspect alongside the integer of the piece of evidence, and then we can check for those relationships when we have our conversations with the suspects, and make sure we feed that back to the AI so it's aware that, you know, there was in fact evidence left behind and stuff. I'm really looking forward to that bit. This is the bit I'm looking forward to, but I have to get all these other ducks in a row first. You know what I mean? Otherwise, the interviewing of the suspects isn't really going to work. But yeah, this is the bit, that's the bit I'm looking forward to the most. But this should be the last stage now. Is we get the evidence, display it to the. We need to generate images of the evidence first. So okay, let's do that. So at the moment we don't have a system for that. So we've got generate evidence, but we don't generate images of the evidence. Now we can't do it in generate evidence because generate evidence really is generating the text of the, like, the description of the evidence. And because we push out an API request and we have to wait for that API request to come back, when this runs, the evidence hasn't come back yet. So we get the evidence back. Maybe each time, okay, what we could do is when we get the evidence received, it comes back here. So for each piece of evidence as it comes in back from the API, this is probably a good place actually to generate the image for the evidence. So we could do that. So let's hello, thank you for the follow. Let's do that. So we want to make a new Stable Diffusion API request. So let's just find, because I'm feeling lazy, I'm just going to copy and paste. Here's one we can use. That'll do. Fine. So there you go. We'll just copy and paste that as a template. Yeah, where is it? Handle evidence received. Here we go. So a new Fusion request. New request is a new Fusion request. Store index. To be fair, I'm not actually using that right now. Yeah, that was going to be a thing, but it actually just threw everything. It stopped. Actually broke everything, so I've had to stop using that now. I'll just take that out for now. Okay, so our prompt, our image prompt. So the evidence that's come in is contained in the string response. Actually, what I should do here is, because we add the evidence, because sometimes it adds evidence. If you look at evidence, sometimes it starts off by saying new evidence because we ask it for a new piece of evidence. So sometimes the AI just starts it off with new evidence : and then the evidence. So I don't want that part, so I've stripped it out here. But what would be better is if I actually just say response equals response, replace, and that, get rid of new evidence basically. And then that way our response string has been edited, and then we can just add response. That way when we come down here, our prompt of response won't include new evidence. I suppose it probably won't make a difference for the image prompt, but we'll take it out anyway. So we want an image. Let me think how I want to word this. So, well, let's use this as an example, right? So hopefully this will be something similar to what our evidence prompt will be, right? So we're going to ask for a torn piece of designer fabric found near the crime scene, matches the fabric of a dress Kim Kardashian was seen wearing the night before the murder. Okay, so I think I can just say murder case evidence, and then we can include this text here, which is the evidence request. And this one says during time. Okay, so again, right, it's probably worth saying where it was, right? So if somebody was murdered on a beach and we're asking for a designer fabric, if we just say designer fabric during night, right, one piece of evidence will show up, I don't know, hanging on railings, and another one might show up, I don't know, at the top of a roller coaster. Like, we're going to get all kinds of weird, like, unconnected things. So I want to include the location in here as well, as what I'm trying to waffle, what I'm doing a bad job of explaining. Right, so we'll add the what did I call it? Places, location. There it is, location. Okay, so we want evidence at location, such as the beach, during, evening, day, morning, nighttime, whatever we randomly picked. Size wants to be 1 because 0 takes forever, and sometimes we get like 2 heads and stuff for whatever reason. So 1 is just the standard 512 by 512. Image store is basically where do we want to store the image. So we are using our rear screen for this, so that stuff can appear like character models over the top. Instant out basically says, what instant out means is I programmed the API to look to see if there's an instant out, and if instant out is not null, it will load the image once it's generated it onto the component that we set here. For this, we don't want that because we want to queue it via the evidence profiles. But for the victim, for example, we basically set that so that as soon as it comes in, we show the picture. But normally we want to do it this way, which is, okay, instead we're actually going to be linking this to this piece of evidence here. Right, so this is where we need to get creative. So how do we do that? How do we link this API request to this text AI request, right? How do we know they're linked? Good question. Okay, so because we were using, I see what's happening. Okay, I was confused there. Because we were using instant out on the one that I copied, we didn't need one, but for this one we do. So if I go into my new request, we have so we've got the image store where we're storing it. There's a few things we could use, right? There's a request ID which we can store and get back, so we could use that. Or I have like an image index, don't I? Or are they not on here? No, it looks like I was counting on using request ID. We could do it using store index. I just remind myself, how did I do it for the character profiles? Suspect profile, get listener, return int, but that was for the, yeah, so I have, okay, yeah, that's for the AI request. So for the AI request, is it because I generate the images first? Yeah, okay, I see. Okay, right, I see how I did it. Yeah, that's why I'm getting confused. Okay, so we don't set the ID for where the image lives on the image, because we already know where that lives. What we do is we set the ID for where the image lives on this, on the text request. So like we can say that this relates to image number 7, for example, and then when we speak this information to the player, we can look up and see, oh yeah, also image 7 is linked to this, so we want to show image 7 to represent this. So back when we generate our evidence, we don't do it here at all. Back when we generate our text evidence, here we go. Be careful because we've got a few different versions. That is the murders, that's the murderer's evidence. This one is standard evidence, but for both of them, okay, I need on the listener, before we add the listener. Okay. Is that not the listener? A new listener. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this not working? Game object, new listener. Okay, the listener is the game object. AI response listener is get listener. Okay, it's get listener. There we go, return integer. Right, so return integer is something I added to the AI listener. So what is return integer? So return integer is basically saying, okay, I want you to remember this number, and when you complete your AI request, I want you to return this number to me. So that's basically how we can say, hey, this is a request for image number 7, and then when we get the API request back, it says, oh, by the way, you told me to remember this number 7. Then we can take that number and say, okay, yeah, this basically corresponds to the image index in our image store. So now we have to work out what the image number in the image store is. So how do we do that? Well, it's a little bit tricky, basically, the way it works, if we look at our image store, which is on rear screen. Where is rear screen? There it is. Okay, so here's our image store. So our image store, 0 is the establishing shot, 1 is the crime scene, 2 is the victim, and then these are the suspects, right? So we know that 0, 1, 2, a hard set. Then there's a random number of suspects that are generated, so we need to count the number of suspects now. So the number of suspects, so at the moment its index is 2 plus the number of suspects, right? So we have, I think that's right. I need to make sure I get this right though. Pretty sure it's 2 plus the number of suspects. No, because there's 0 establishing crime scene victim, so it must be 3 plus number of suspects. Yeah, it's got to be 3 plus the number of suspects. But we count from 0 and not 1. Right, so let's just make sure I get this right. But basically, we need to calculate an integer now, which is suspects. Hang on, give it a get. Image index. Get image index is suspects dot count, so the number of suspects, plus 3, right? And that should be where we start from. So let's make sure that's correct. So assuming this was the first image, then this would give us, in this case, our number of suspects. Let's go back to murder mystery. We have 6 suspects and 6 suspect profiles. So for this one, it would be 6 plus 3, which is 9, right? Yes. Yeah, and we would be starting at element 9, so that is correct. But we also need to add to that calculation whatever number index is. So index is the number of pieces of evidence that we've currently generated. So it's actually suspects.count plus 3 plus index. And then that is our image index for this particular piece of evidence. Okay, so that should work. So now when we get our when we get our AI request back, we will find this number here and we'll say, okay, I know that you belong to image number whatever the hell it comes back as. And then we know our speech engine knows that when it reads this description, it looks to see whether there's an override here, and if it finds it, it's like, okay, let me just go and display that image for you. So that should be that, but we also need to do it down here on the murder victim. So the murder victim is slightly different. Not the murder victim. Okay, what this is a dice roll, a 50-50 dice roll to say, did the killer specifically leave evidence? If it rolls yes, then we ask the AI to generate a specific piece of evidence that the killer left behind, but whatever you do, don't reveal that it's the killer. And that seems to work pretty well. So it's pretty much the same, except for this one we could actually just say, because we've lost index at this point. You know what, we actually haven't. We could still use index because we haven't reset index or anything. We could also use count, right? We could use the number of evidence count. Actually, that's not true because evidence doesn't come back immediately. We've got to wait for it to come back. So actually we couldn't use evidence count. So yeah, luckily we can just do it the same because index is incremented here. We don't reset it down here. So index should still be correct actually. So that should be fine. All right, so that should be that. So let's make sure that when we get our evidence back, we have a way of checking this number and everything, making sure that the evidence comes back. To be honest, I don't need to do that unless things start going wrong. But yeah, we could put a debug in here that says, by the way, I got this new piece of evidence back and I found this number attached to it. But I've already tested that with the suspects and I know it works, so it's fine. But if we are getting like alignment issues, we could always do that to debug it. So honestly, I think everything should be set. The only thing I need to check, Yeah, I already put in my image store. I know that evidence is going to show up here because once we've exceeded the number of suspects and then we start going higher than that, I know that after suspects comes evidence. So now it just depends on what I want to do. Like, I could swap things around and I could show evidence at a different place. To be honest, I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm just going to use image profile for now. If we want to change it later, we can. So I'm going to put the texture in the... I'm going to set the texture to the get response stored image, which is where we store the texture images on the responses. And then I'm going to deactivate and reactivate that raw image control so that it basically refreshes and reanimates, basically. We set suspect name here on suspect, so we could do something similar. We don't have an evidence name, though. Yeah, with suspects, we basically told it who the suspect was, right? So we basically generate, on murder mystery, we generate some random names here from a little database that we built. So we have a suspect name to show here. For evidence, it doesn't work like that because we just said, give us some evidence, right? But we don't know what that evidence is in like a word or two. We only have this text to go off. So for this particular evidence control, I'm just going to set the profile text to blank because we don't really have anything that we can say about it specifically other than its main description that's going to be typed up anyway for us, right? So it's yeah, it's fine. Int suspect number, yeah, that was just so that we could see how many suspects we're going through. All right, so let's see if that works, I guess. Before that, though, it would be nice to sort of introduce the evidence. So at the moment, actually, yeah, I just realized we also don't. Yeah, so we add the. This is as adding the evidence. What we haven't done yet is we haven't actually spoken any of the evidence, sent the evidence dialogue through. And I want to do a quick introduction first. So the first thing I'm going to do, now that that's all set up, is I need to look for a state change. So I'm using a state machine here. So basically, now I need a way. Okay, so because I know these speeches are queued, by the time we are in this state here, our speech engine has a queue of evidence to of suspects to go through, right? There are a total of so many suspects for this case, which are as follows, and then this allows us to then go through, and we mystery state plus plus. So what we want to do is, how do we do this? Well, basically, our main driver is that mystery state becomes 3, right? So mystery state 2, you'll see that so this one is establishing shot has loaded. This one is suspects are ready to be introduced. This one is essentially suspects end. However, because we increment the state machine as soon as suspect profiles start right here, this happens immediately. So how do we stop it from doing anything immediately? Because we don't want it to be... Well, like I said, right, by this point we already have a queue of... Why are we missing a ton of those? Seems happy with that. This is up to us. Yeah, no, that should be fine. Okay. Yeah, basically, because I know we have a queue in our speech engine, what we can do here is we can say if our speech request becomes 0, in other words, our speech engine, which if we look at it, it works like an email inbox kind of. So the requests, where are the requests? The requests are 0 right now. That's because it finished. Yeah, there you go. But that's because we're at the point where we want to be, right? So it just finished introducing Emma Watson, and now the speech engine is empty. So it's basically waiting for new work, right? So that's basically what this is saying. It's like, look, if the speech engine is waiting for new work, and we already know that we've delivered all of the suspects to the speech engine, then essentially we've reached a point where we're ready to do the next part, which is to introduce the evidence. Why is this such a mess? It took that out again. I don't like that. That is up there. I don't know why it keeps doing that. That's kind of concerning. But the structure looks okay, I think, because that's, yeah, this is an if statement within update, and then that's our class. It should be fine, but just to test it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a debug.log. I'm just going to say start evidence section. So we're going to look for that in the console. Because I'm pretty confident that that's good to go, I'm going to do my I'm going to do a speech engine, which is basically one of these. Yeah, let's just get that bit as well. So we can do a speech engine request, which is voice index 3, which is the narrator, and then whatever we want it to say. So here I will say there is a total of... Oh, also I need to make sure that I shuffle the list here as well. So we have a function for this. Let me see what I called it. Something like shuffle list. There it is, shuffle list. And then we pass it a list. So I can say shuffle list, and there's a reason for this. And then we can pass it a list, which in this case we want evidence to shuffle. Now why we're doing that is because if we don't do that, we know that the last evidence request that we requested was a coin flip as to whether the murderer had left something behind specifically. So we as the player would know that the last piece of evidence, if it flipped on, yes, is likely the killer, which makes it a little too easy, right? So by shuffling the evidence list, we have no idea if or where among the evidence the killer's specific evidence is. So that's definitely something we want to do. So there is a total of however many pieces of evidence that we have. Items of evidence. Actually, let me think. I'm doing this wrong. So I actually made a picture of the crime scene, actually. So we want to change our environment as well. Okay, let's start with over at the crime scene. There is a total of however many items of evidence relating to this case, which are as follows. Right, so we also want to change, my God, not my God, I'm not going to change religions or anything. I'm not even religious to begin with. What we're going to do is we're going to change the establishing shot on the rear screen. So we can do that by saying rear screen, get components, image store. Yes. Show image, which is an integer, which number 1 is the crime scene. That's all we have to do. That will literally take care of itself. That will now change the main image in the background to the crime scene image. So then as that changes, we'll hear over at the crime scene there is a total of So many pieces of evidence. Yeah, I don't know why it just sounds, but pieces of evidence I think sounds better. There is a total of 16 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Rather than sound like the same robot we always do, let's review these now. Just so it's not exactly the same. And then once this has been delivered, so we can do mystery state increase. So we already have our evidence gathered at this point, so we'll increase our state machine, and then. All right. Just whatever I need, really. I can't really think off the top of my head right now. I mean, bagels, garlic bread, the usual, you know.
No, you got a bit from there. I'm going to get bagels from there. But we are calling an answer because that frame that Barry got us with our wedding photograph and it's gone kaput.
Oh, when you.
So one another frame.
Yeah, I've had some really bad headaches, so these are almost gone already. Can you get some more
yeah,
chemicals?
Thanks.
Oh, thanks.
Right.
Thanks. Okay, so let's test that because we don't want to go too far. But yeah, basically mystery state 4. I mean, we could probably queue, to be fair, we could probably queue the evidence. We could probably queue the evidence here. I just realized I think I made a mistake, you know, because the reason why is, okay, it worked on profile received because basically yeah, this is awkward actually. Basically, we add the profile to the speech engine as the profile comes in. And so we can set all this up and we can say, hey, speech engine, here's the image you need to show in relation to this profile text that I'm giving you. The problem with evidence received is, and it's just the way I set it up as I've been going along. I basically, evidence is something that I did quite early on because I knew I would need it. And so it just so happens that we get evidence very early in the process, actually. It's some of the earlier API requests. So we are by no means ready . We are by no means ready to deliver the evidence as it's coming in. And because of that, we need to rely on our state machine to start adding the evidence to the speech engine. The problem is, by the time I get down here, I no longer have access to the original Fusion request, which contains the information about the image that it's linked to. There's a few ways I can get around that. I could just store them in memory and then just access them. It's probably what I'll do. Just make a temporary list in memory and then access them and just read them from there. That's probably what I'll do. Also, at the moment I'm doing this right, so I also know that I have the responses. Actually, do the responses contain them? No, they've got a store index. I could use store index, which never worked for. I mean, store index is actually exactly what it is. Essentially, it's just that the point of store index and the way I wanted it to work, it broke everything, which was to just ensure that basically that was to ensure that all the images are in the correct slots that I expect them to be in within the image list. However, when I made sure that we basically process one image at a time, I mean, actually, I don't know, because I have seen it fuck that up, actually. So really, that is still an issue. But it doesn't normally cause problems, but it can. But I could still use store index to return the integer of essentially the store index, right, where we want to pull it from. So there's a few ways I can go about doing that. But first, let's just see what we've got, because we should end up with more images of pieces of evidence. So we can have a look at those. And we want to make sure that it moves on from suspects over to evidence sort of seamlessly like it's supposed to. So I'm going to save everything there and just see where we're at. Yeah. Because that was quite a lot, to be honest. Because we did flesh out a lot of the stuff that wasn't there. So we need to make sure all that's kind of right first before we go any further anywhere. Alright, let's see where we're at.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to a new murder mystery scenario, the murder of John Lennon at the beach during the afternoon. In this scenario, the legendary musician John Lennon has been found dead at a secluded beach during a sunny afternoon. The tranquil setting is shattered by the discovery of his lifeless body, and it's up to you to unravel the mystery of his murder.
You know what I just realized? I think this might break everything. Because I think... Are we doing our evidence requests? We do them as soon as the evidence comes in, right? So if you think about it, we've already gotten 4 pieces of evidence back from the API, which means we would have put in the image requests, which means because of that thing I was just basically looking at, right, which was the store index is essentially broken, so I had to take it out. Like, it's still there, but we don't do anything with it right now. But this was working up to this point purely because this is why I wanted this in there, but it broke everything. But hang on, no, actually, the thing is, it didn't really break anything. The thing was broken, and I still don't even know why. But it seemed to be broken when I tried to add the data directly into the list control as a component. But then, after I made these debug objects, at a certain point, bang, I made against the brick wall last night. When I put the object into the component list as the object, and these weren't even supposed to exist originally. These were just so I could check things in the inspector to make sure the data was correct. But when I add this object into the list, it all started working. And I'm like, well, that's weird. Because it should have worked anyway without these. So really, I didn't even want these in here. But these now are sort of essential for me to actually get the list working for some weird reason. I don't know why. Yeah, they link to that now, which is kind of weird. Yeah, even the crime scene, I think, is not where it's supposed to be. Yeah, so so evidence has ended up in slot 1 now. So this is gonna break everything, right? So okay, let's try and put Jesus. Let's try and get this index thing to work, because it actually solves both issues that I'm facing right now. It lets us know where our index is supposed to be when we get triggered by the state machine down here, and it also gets it working the way I always wanted it to work, which is to make sure that those things line up. The problem is, like I said, I think the problem was when I took it out while debugging why I couldn't get anything to work last night, just in case that was the thing that was breaking things. But I don't actually think that that was the thing that was breaking things. It was not having an object for some bizarre reason. Okay. First thing I want to do is I want those debug, because they're all the same. They all just said debug blah blah blah. So I'm just going to quickly put a counter in here. I'm just going to put an index request number, which I'll start at 1. And instead of debug, what do I call it? Debug object. I'm actually going to say request plus request number. And then I'm going to increment. Well, we can increment request number. Actually, we could start at 0. Because what I'll do is for each request here, we'll increment it. There we go. So now it becomes request 1. So request 1. Request and request number. I don't think that needs to be a 2-string, but let's just play it safe and make it a 2-string anyway. Okay. I'm never going to want to save these to file. That's just left over from some weird OpenAI session where we're figuring stuff out. So what do I need to do? Okay, so at the moment, what we do is we generate the object and then we add the object to the list, which drives everything. However, it shouldn't never be that simple. So what we need to do is we need to get its expected index, right? So we want to declare an integer called get expected in index, which actually we already stored when we were stripping everything out at the top in store index. So that is what we expect the index to be. So we have two branches now, and essentially what we want to do is we want to say if the image store, which is get image store, images.count -1. Hang on, let me think about this. Or is it count is greater than? No, it is -1. I'm pretty sure it is. Expected index, then else that. Okay, so basically, if we have 3 images, then count -1 becomes 2. If 2 is greater than 3, which it's not, then we've got a problem, right? Because this is supposed to go in 3. Hang on, that's not even right though, is it? Yeah, no, that is right, because image 0 is 2. Like the third image is, wait, we have 3. Yeah, we have 3 images, so this would be our 4th image, so it would go in 3. So that's correct. So essentially, this one is this, right? This is, we are adding, and hopefully we should land here all the time. And in fact, this is really bad. If this happens, however, yeah, no, I can't do that with evidence. Oh, shit. We've got a real problem here. I don't know how I'm gonna get around this, because okay, here's the problem, right? This is the way it used to work, right? Is I would say if our index doesn't match what the expected index is going to be by adding it sequentially, then we display a warning in the console to warn about this, and we essentially hard set it to the index that's the expected index, because if we don't do that, then our images are essentially going to be jumbled up. But that is exactly what's going to happen. The problem here with what our current situation is, the evidence is coming in way before we have anywhere to put it. Way before we have anywhere to put it. And so if we try to hard set evidence to... In fact, at this point, I don't even think we know. Well, okay, I guess we will know because we know how many suspects we have and everything. But yeah, our evidence is probably going to start at like index 11 or something. But our list cannot contain an entry for index 11 because... maybe we should have used an array actually instead of a list. An array would get around this. Yeah, essentially index 11 doesn't exist, right? So we're just going to get a null reference. And the reason I just thought of an array is because an array has a hard set total number of values, right? So once we've figured out how many pieces of evidence, how many suspects, how many whatever, we can hard set those slots with an array. And the array, we literally just slot them into their like reserved slots, right? Whereas a list, you're like building it as you're going along. That's why I like lists, though, to be fair. I fucking hate arrays. But in this specific situation, an array is actually kind of what we need. Because at least with an array, we can size it once we know what size it wants to be. And then we can just slot these images right into the slots where they belong. Now we could fake an array. We could force a list to behave like an array as well. That's another way we could go. Let me think about this. How early do we know? We know pretty early what the size of the array needs to be. Okay. If we're using an array, our syntax will be images at position store index equals this. And that is the end of it. That's the good news. The good news is this becomes super easy and this can never fail. As long as we make sure every single request knows exactly which slot it's supposed to go into. Which, to be fair, that is how I've set it up. Okay, however, now on our speech... No... Our image store. Now on our image store, we need to change this to an array. So it needs to look like this. How do you make a new array? I do not use arrays. I don't think you do it like that. I think you just declare it first. There we go. Now it's an array. Okay. Yeah, this definitely needs to be an array. I do not use arrays very often. The only arrays I really use are for splits. But yeah, in this case they need to be. So we can't images clear. Oh my god. That's true. Okay, well basically the equivalent of that would be for each. So now we can't clear it, so instead we do for each fusion response in images then images. We don't know the index. Yeah, so we also need an index driver as well, don't we? So I should have just done it in a while loop, really. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. It'll work like this. And we null it. We null them all out essentially. That will work. Now we can't say count. We have to say length. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that looks good, but trust me, it's not. And the reason why is because, first of all, when I hit save here, 50 errors are going to show up all over other scripts because we're expecting that to be a list. Secondly, we haven't sized the array at all. We can't size the array until we know what the size of the array needs to be. So now we need some way to essentially set up the array. And the other problem with this is why I hate arrays. What do we do when this is the other thing. What do we do when we want to play another game? Because I don't think you can resize arrays, but I suppose it doesn't matter as long as the array has at least the number of images of slots that we use. But that is something to consider, because what would basically happen is if we play the first game, which has a maximum index image ID of 15, let's say, and then our second game has 16 images, it all falls apart on image 16 because the array is just not big enough to store a 16th image essentially. So I guess with that in mind, it might not be a bad idea to not give a shit about how big the array needs to be and to just make it way bigger than we're ever going to need it. I can't remember. Let me just ask ChatGPT. This shows how little I use arrays. In Unity, you don't necessarily need to set the size of an array before using it. Unity's scripting environment, which typically uses C#, allows for dynamic arrays, meaning you can resize them as needed during runtime. I'm in a situation where I need to add an element further down the array than is currently set. I have images I store from AI generation which don't generate in the sequence I wish to store them in. If I only have 3 images, will setting array 19 cause a problem? In most programming languages, including C#, which is used in Unity, accessing an array element that is beyond the current size of the array will typically cause an index out of range exception. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Or a similar error indicating that you're accessing an index that is out of bounds. If you try to access array 19, but the array only has 3 elements, you'll encounter this error because there's no element at index 19. Yeah, well, that's what I thought. To avoid this issue, you should resize the array before accessing elements beyond its current size. And how do you do that? Oh, okay, that's nice. Oh, that's nice, that. You know what? This is exactly the solution I was looking for. Okay, it's just given us a really cool little trick. This basically lets you kind of use an array a bit like a list. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, I see what it's doing as well. Yeah, so that's what I thought. That's why I specifically asked, right? So yeah, ChatGPT is confirming that I would be getting out of bounds errors all over the fucking place. An image array. I'm going to set where this is the name of the array, right? If index is greater than or equal to image array's length, then essentially we resize it by incrementing it by 1. So essentially what this is going to do is it's going to say, look, which index do you want to store the image at? And then if that index doesn't exist because the array is currently too small, this will go ahead and fill the gaps. See, I was already kind of thinking of doing that up here, but I was like, it'd probably better if we set the size up front. But then I realized, like I said, if you ran a game 1 that had 15 images, and then you ran game 2 that had 16 images, your array would be fucked because it wouldn't be big enough to hold the 16th image. But this solves both of those problems, so I like this a lot. That is a class. Do we not hard set the image store on this? Wait, this is the image store. Oh, so it's just... Oh, no, because, yeah, okay, this does not... I'm in the wrong script. Okay, I'm in the wrong script. Okay, this needs to be done in our Diffusion API. So our Diffusion API is what's adding images to the store, right? So that's why I was confused when it wasn't finding image store, because I'm pretty sure we hard set the image store on this. Yeah, there it is. And then that should be images. Fuck, no, it's type again. I guess, okay, because I always try to be like dynamic and shit. So I guess we inherit the image store per request currently. Yeah, we do. Which is determined as capital I. Okay, so this is a bit of a cheat and it's bad practice. But I'm just gonna hard set it, because for this particular project we were only going to use one image store for the whole thing anyway, so it's fine. But yeah, really, I would need a more sophisticated solution if I was going to be using multiple image stores, which I may want to do in the future. So, but I probably would use a different script, to be fair. So, anyway, we'll see. We'll just make it work for now. So I'm going to set that to rear screen store is what I'm going to call it. So now on rear screen store, we can say rear screen store dot images dot length. There we go. And then that is image array, which is again that and that equals new image. New image is a texture 2D. Images, yeah, because we're not actually storing images in there. Fuck. It thinks we're storing images directly in there, but we're actually not. Fuck, that is true. We're actually not, are we? Okay, well, that's fine. Because what are we storing? We just changed the type, right? So essentially, we are storing a debug response comment, which is of type fusion response. So if we change this to a fusion response, there we go. Now it's happy because it's expecting a fusion response type. So now what I can do is, instead of this, I can actually say, just keep that for reference. Add image at index, get expected index, debug response component. So add image at index, yeah, debug response component, and yeah, no, that was actually correct. Get expected index. Yeah, actually, sometimes the text predict is fucking spot on. Okay, that's quite nice. We need to test that though. Yeah, that's quite nice actually. Now when I hit save on everything, we might get some errors from other scripts. No, we don't. You know why? Because I'm clever. I'm clever. Because I'm learning. I'm learning. Yeah, in the past I would have got a million errors because I would have been accessing list components from all over the place. But I am learning because now I have like... That goes to show that it's kind of become second nature now as well. I've learned the hard way. It's like now I have one, parent that basically is responsible for like fucking with this shit. So if I need to change anything, it's that easy. So that's nice. Okay, no, yeah, I was gonna say, oh no, DALI API, which is obsolete now. So that, yeah, DALI API complains, but we don't use fucking DALI anymore. I'm just gonna delete these scripts. I'm not gonna be using DALI anytime soon. I'm just gonna delete them. There we go. So hey, hell yeah. So the only errors we got were from the old DALI API, which was like, ooh, I'm expecting a list there. Which makes sense, again, because it's an API, right? So it's like, even then, I was doing it correctly. Like, the API is essentially the parent of all the child requests, right? So, yeah. I am learning. I'm getting much better at this object orientation thing. Alright, let's see if that worked.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery of Jim Carrey at the parking lot during the evening. Jim Carrey, the famous actor known...
We got a null reference. Check if the array needs to be resized. If index is greater than or equal to readscreen_star.images.length, Well, we must have gotten. Well, that isn't necessarily true though, is it? Because I think we send the establishing shot out. Let's have a look. I think we send the establishing shot out. Now there's request 1 though. But our images list is empty. Oh wait, I forgot to reference it. That's why. It's always the same thing. I forgot to reference it. That's why. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Where's my diffusion? There it is. Yeah, I forgot to reference it. It's always the same thing. Okay, this is promising then. This is promising. Oh, this is going to be so good. This is going to be so good. So it should create the empty slots now, reserved for the stuff.
Welcome to another murder
later.
mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the
God, I
Copium
never
realm.
use arrays either. But this is the one time.
Welcome to a thrilling murder
There
mystery
you go. Look at all those
scenario set
request
at a
slots it
luxurious
just made.
hotel during the night. The famous comedian Chris
And it'll
Rock
just
has
fill
been found dead
them
in
in
his
where they need
hotel
to go
room.
now. Oh,
and
it's
up to you to
shrinking it
solve
though.
the
Why is it
mystery behind
shrinking
his
it?
murder. As you step into
Oh no,
the
those are my
hotel,
actual
you are
requests. That's
surrounded
why.
by a sense of mystery and intrigue.
Okay,
The guests
we've
and
got
staff
request
are all
5.
potential suspects, each with their own motives and alibis. Can you unravel the clues, interview the witnesses, and piece together the puzzle to uncover the truth behind Chris Rock's untimely demise? Put on your detective hat and get ready to delve into the world of secrets, lies, and deception as you navigate through the twists and turns of this thrilling murder mystery at the hotel during the night. The clock is ticking, and the killer could be closer than you think. Good luck.
So it's returning the order
There are
of
a
the
total of 10
requests.
suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder mystery of Chris Rock at the hotel during
We
the
didn't
night,
get the
Blake
victim
Shelton's
though.
known motive of being shamed by the victim adds a compelling layer to the investigation. Blake, a renowned country music artist, had a public altercation with Chris, a well-known comedian, where Chris publicly ridiculed Blake's latest album during a live event.
Yeah, the victim image took way too long to come in now,
This
but I think it's
incident
because
left
it's getting
Blake
flooded by the
humiliated and
evidence
seeking
requests.
revenge. On the night of the murder, witnesses reported seeing Blake at the hotel where Chris was staying, and his aggressive behavior towards the victim raised suspicions.
Yeah, also we are getting some weird issues here though. Holy shit, look at all these requests. Okay, this isn't quite working, is it? Because it's saying that request 17, which was murder case evidence, for some reason that's being stored in oh, I know why. It's because, okay, I know why. Back when I was fleshing out my evidence requests, yeah, I think we're generating the evidence images way too early. I think we need to push those back because they're causing, like, stable diffusion is finding it hard to keep up, and then the victim image is coming in way too late. But this is fine. This is just a matter of like timing things better now. But also the main issue is that the evidence now, I took that expected index out because I knew it didn't work, but now I need to put it back in. So it's on evidence received. There it is. Yeah, so basically I didn't set it right, so I need to new request. Star index equals. Right, and it's that weird calculation again, isn't it? So it's basically suspects.count plus 3 or 2, I think it's 3, plus, well, normally I would do index, but here I have no idea. Oh, was I using return integer? Oh yeah, I think I was using return integer. I think I was using return integer. So as long as that return integer is correct, that should work. But this is way too early to be generating these evidences because they're coming back. They're flooding stable diffusions before it's had chance to show the victim. Right, this is after it's finished generating all the suspect stuff, so this is a better place to put it, right? The only problem is fuck. Hang on a minute. That becomes 4. The only problem is by the time we come back down here, we've lost access to the return integer. And we've lost access to response. Now we can fix response because we can get response out of the evidence list because it's just a list of strings. But we still don't have a way of accessing return integer. However, we might not need that because it's just it's a basic calculation. So okay, this is what we need to do. We can do for each string response in evidence. Okay, and then that way, guess what? We have access to response. Return integer is basically a calculation, right? And it's a calculation of, but we also need an index driver. We need to know how many pieces of evidence we've generated. So here we need to say int index equals 0 and then index plus plus, and then here we can say it's basically suspects.count plus 3 plus index. Okay, that should fix both problems. The first problem being that we're generating evidence way too early and it's actually delaying the victim too much. And the second problem being that these weren't remembering where they were supposed to be stored, but now we're setting it there and it's the calculation, so that should work. if everything is working, obviously what we should be getting is... That's not necessarily true, though. You know how I'm doing request ID? In that last run through, I was expecting the requests to be showing up in the store in the correct order in which they were requested, but that's actually not necessarily true, because we actually make our evidence requests. Well, we were actually. I think now we will. Now we probably should see them in the right order. But yeah, we were making our evidence requests before we made some of our profile requests and stuff. So we'll see what happens.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery scenario of the murder of Bill Cosby at a hotel during the evening. The renowned actor and comedian, Bill Cosby, was found dead in his hotel room at the luxurious Grand Plaza Hotel.
What a shame, what a shame.
The evening was bustling with guests attending a charity gala event in the hotel ballroom, but amidst the glitz and glamour, a heinous crime had taken place. As a detective called to the scene, you must navigate through a web of secrets, lies, and motives to uncover the truth behind Bill Cosby's untimely demise. Was it a crime of passion, a calculated murder, or a case of mistaken identity? The hotel is filled with potential suspects, each with their own alibis and motives. It's up to you to interrogate the guests, examine the evidence, and piece together the clues to solve this high-profile murder case. Are you ready to step into the world of intrigue and deception at the Grand Plaza Hotel and solve the murder of Bill Cosby during the evening? The clock is ticking, and the killer could be closer than you think. Good luck, detective. There are a total of 5 suspects for this case, which are as follows. The suspect in the murder of Bill Cosby at the hotel during the evening, where the cause of death was strangulation with a garrote or ligature, could be a former lover or romantic interest of Cosby who harbored feelings of jealousy and resentment to...
Okay, so my first concern is that that's probably not meant to be Elon Musk. I reckon that's supposed to be Bob Marley. Okay, so we've got a few issues here. Where the hell is request 2 is my first question. And also, let's just make sure everything is working as expected, right? So request 1 should be the establishing shot, which it is. Request 2 is actually in here, but it must have not got assigned. The star index says it should have gone in 2, but really that should be 1. No, that's actually... Okay. Request 2 was actually the victim. Okay, request 3 was the crime scene. So it's saying request 3 should have gone in star index 1, which indeed it should have. So it's weird how it's not... Oh no, that is request 3. Okay, that's correct then. Okay. That should be request 2. But it's actually... So it's put Elon Musk 1 position earlier than it should have. So back in my calculation here, it's probably +4. I don't know why it's +4, but apparently it's +4. Weird. Unless there's something wrong with that function. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, so apparently we request an image of the victim before we request an image of the crime scene, which makes sense because we don't need the crime scene till much later. So I'm happy with that. And it did display the correct victim at the right time. So that was good. And it got it much earlier this time.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm. Welcome to the murder mystery of the famous singer Pink, which took place at a secluded farm during the afternoon. Pink was visiting the farm for a private retreat when her life was tragically cut short. As the player, you have been called in to investigate this high-profile case and unravel the mystery behind her murder. The farm is filled with potential suspects and clues, and it's up to you to piece together the evidence to find out who had a motive to harm Pink. Are you ready to step into the role of detective and solve this captivating murder mystery? There are a total of 7 suspects for this case, which are as follows. 1 potential suspect in the murder of Pink at the farm during the afternoon,
Paul McCartney.
leading to her death from infection.
Okay, this is clearly not working. Okay, what did we get wrong? Let's have a look. So request 1 is the establishing shot, which is correct. Request 3 is the victim, Pink. Where is it? No, that I feel like that's... Request 2 is actually Pink. Oh, but that's supposed to be the crime scene. Okay, yeah, that's correct. And then this one's supposed to be the victim, which is not correct. What is fucking happening here? So this should actually be request 2, but it appears to be overridden by... It probably means... Okay, yeah. I don't think our evidence calculation is wrong, because I was foolish changing this because I was thinking that the evidence was overwriting the things, but it's not. The evidence hasn't even come in yet. So what is wrong is actually the indexes for the suspects. So when we do our suspect image requests, where is it? Which is here. Image store. Ah, there you go. That's why it's not working. Oh no, there we go. We said store index should be index plus 2. Yeah, that should be index plus 3. Yeah, I think because when I first set that up, because I've been doing a lot of iterations, right? Yeah, that was before I wanted a picture of I didn't think I needed a picture of the victim, but then I added the victim and I wanted it before the suspects. So that's why that's one out. That's why that's one out. Okay, that should work now. Yeah, I even know why that said 2, because it was 2 before I decided to add a picture of the victim.
Welcome to another murder mystery, where you must find the guilty culprit in order to deliver justice to yet another victim in the copium realm.
So I think this will work now. Now it's just a question of making sure
the
the
murder
evidence
mystery
doesn't
scenario you are about to
also.
investigate revolves around the shocking and tragic death of Arnold Schwarzenegger at a park during the night. The renowned actor and former governor was found lifeless in the park, with no witnesses to the crime. As a detective, you have been assigned to unravel the mystery behind his murder and bring the perpetrator to justice. The park is now a crime scene, filled with clues and potential suspects. It's up to you to piece together the evidence, interview witnesses, and solve the case before it's too late. The clock is ticking, and the pressure is on to solve this high-profile murder. Are you ready to step into the shoes of a detective and crack the case of Arnold Schwarzenegger's murder at the park during the night? There are a total of 5 suspects for this case, which are as follows. As a suspect in the murder of Arnold Schwarzenegger at the park during the night, Jimmy Fallon's involvement in a religious cult could provide a sinister motive for the crime. Fallon, known for his charismatic personality on television, may have been influenced by the cult to carry out a fire-related attack on Schwarzenegger as a part of a ritualistic sacrifice. His seemingly innocent public persona could be a facade masking a darker side that aligns with the cult's beliefs.
That's amazing.
Leading him to commit such a heinous act.
Yeah,
under the
these,
cover
I'll
of
tell you what,
darkness
these
at the
profiles
park.
are so much better now that we injected
The
those.
suspect in the murder of Arnold Schwarzenegger at the
Holy
park
shit.
during the night, with the cause of death being fire-related, could potentially be a scorned lover or ex-partner who was seeking revenge.
Michael Jackson
This
was an
individual may
ex-lover.
have harbored feelings of betrayal and anger, similar to the motive of being
I
cheated
love
on
it.
by the victim in
Arnold
a separate
Schwarzenegger's
case
ex-lover,
involving
Michael
Michael Jackson. The suspect's intense emotions could have driven him to commit such a violent act, using fire as a means to inflict harm and seek retribution for perceived wrongs. Their personal connection to the victim and the volatile nature of their relationship could have fueled the tragic events that unfolded in the park that night. As a suspect in the murder of Arnold Schwarzenegger
Holy
at the
shit.
park during the night, Megan Fox's financial
Oh,
struggles
God, I
could have
forgot how
driven
much I
her to
like
commit
Megan
the
Fox.
crime. Desperate for money, she may have seen Schwarzenegger as a target due to his wealth and fame. Fox could have set a fire as a means to eliminate him, using the chaos of the flames to cover her tracks and create confusion. Her motive of financial gain, coupled with the opportunity presented by the secluded park at night, makes her a plausible suspect in Schwarzenegger's fire-related death. As a suspect in the murder mystery of Arnold Schwarzenegger at the park during the night, Jimmy Kimmel's known motive of a bitter divorce settlement could provide a possible link. Kimmel, fueled
Okay,
by
so as you can see,
resentment
it's all
and
working
financial
now.
strain from the divorce
However,
process,
we
may
need
have
to make
orchestrated
sure that
fire-related
these
death of Schwarzenegger
requests,
as a means of revenge and to divert
so there should be
attention
one
from
after
his
Jimmy
own
Kimmel. The request
Kimmel's
after
comedic
Jimmy
persona
Kimmel,
also mask a darker side capable of
I
plotting
can't really
such a
tell what
heinous
these
act,
are.
making him
Oh, that
a
one's
compelling
Ryan
suspect in
Seacrest. This is
this
why
puzzling case.
Okay, there we go. Straight after Ryan Seacrest,
As
if
a
he's...
suspect
Yeah, there we
in the
go.
murder mystery
Straight
of
after
Arnold
Ryan
Schwarzenegger at the
Seacrest,
park during
we
the
get
night,
murder case
Ryan
evidence, a
Seacrest's
charred
motive
piece of
adultery
fabric.
could have driven him to commit the crime.
Murder case
Perhaps
evidence, a
Schwarzenegger was
burnt
involved
matchstick.
in a romantic relationship with someone close
Murder
to
case
Seacrest,
evidence. So you know
leading to
how...
feelings of jealousy and betrayal.
Okay, you know how I... Fucking hell, it loves to take liberties, this ChatGPT thing. When I handle evidence, I stripped out new evidence, because before it was saying new evidence in front of everything. Well, now it's saying murder case evidence. So I want to make sure I strip that out as well. Just unnecessary fucking extra bullshit text. Right, where the hell is my evidence receiver? Fucking hell. Evidence receiver. Okay, so... murder case evidence. It's gonna... I know it's gonna fucking... It's going to annoy me by doing this kind of shit all the time, I bet you. Just to fucking annoy me. But we'll try our best to, like, strip this kind of shit out. Wait, why doesn't it like that? Oh, because that one's a closing bracket, that's why. Okay, yeah, so that's all working great. I feel like I could use a break though. I need a wee as well. So, yeah, so we got our suspects. Our suspects are lined up with the thing again, which is great. Now we've got evidence comes in after that. And it appears to be... So our first piece of evidence... So let's just make a note of this. Well, it says there our star index, yeah, it goes from 7 to 8, so that's absolutely perfect. So our evidence is coming in the right place. Our suspects are going in the right place. Everything looks great. Everything is where it's supposed to be. And our array is like the perfect size to deal with whatever it needs to deal with. So that is actually Fantastic. That is so good. So yeah, we're already going now. The only thing I want to do now is let's make sure that we get that notification at the end of this. Once Ryan Seacrest's profile's finished, we should get over at the crime scene. There is a total of and then a number of pieces of evidence, and we should get this debug message saying start evidence section. And if all that happens, then we are looking very, very good indeed.
Seacrest, fueled by these emotions, may have orchestrated a fire-related death as a way to eliminate Schwarzenegger and remove him as a rival for the affections of the person they both desired. His public persona as a charming and affable host could have served as a mask for darker intentions, making him a compelling suspect in this twisted tale of passion and betrayal. Over at the crime scene,
there we go.
There is a total of 6 pieces of evidence relating to this case. Let's review these now.
There's our little Lynn dead. Brilliant. And we got the start evidence section come back in the debug.log. So that is a great place to leave it, because we are ready to now start delivering evidence, asking the player to link the evidence to the suspects. So that's fantastic. I do need a break. I really do. So I'll end the stream here while I go get sorted and take a break. But yeah, that is looking pretty good, and I'll probably back this up as well, actually, because it's like I said, quite a lot of progress there. It's looking pretty good. And yeah, boy, am I ever glad that I got it working with Stable Diffusion, because frickin' hell, I'd have like a £1,000 bill by now if we were still using DALL-E, because yeah, it's just the nature of programming, right? You gotta run it, and the thing is, like, you know, I was generating 10 to 12 images every time I pressed run before I started adding new images. But now that the images are free, it's like, well, I may as well generate, you know, pictures, because I wasn't going to do pictures for the evidence. I wanted to do pictures for the evidence, but I wasn't going to do it because, you know, I knew that would add to the cost. But now that it's free and it's Stable Diffusion, like, hell yeah, we'll, you know, there's no reason not to generate as many images as possible, really. I think it makes it look a lot more interesting and more like a game. And yeah, I'm actually surprised by the performance as well. Like, we don't even drop frames or anything. Like, Stable Diffusion is actually really happy to just sit here in the background and just deliver all these images to us. My graphics card whirs up a little bit while it's doing it, understandably, but not to the degree I would have expected. So yeah, I'm really pleased with everything. I think everything's going great. Why has he got a hand on a stick? There's just there's a hand on a stick near his dead body. This is so fun. It's so funny. Like, I do think this is a great use of the technology as well, right? Because, like, obviously it's just a silly little murder mystery game. And it's made sillier by the fact that I'm using celebrities. And the reason I did that is so that I could have some consistency between the images, right? But I also think it kind of adds to the kind of silliness of it all, right? Which is quite nice. So, like, I don't even think it matters that, like, in a weird kind of way, like, the worse these images turn out, like, the funnier the whole thing just seems. You know, when you get fucking Jessica Alba with 2 heads or whatever, it just adds to the comedy of it. So yeah, for something that's like a light-hearted, like, little murder mystery game like this, I think this is the perfect use for both ChatGPT and Stable Diffusion where it's currently at, which is, you know, it's okay, but, you know, it's not exactly predictable or reliable or, you know, or anything like that at the moment. Now, the only other thing I'm not sure about is, like, how well is this going to work, right? So we have a random killer that was essentially just a dice roll, right? And we've tried to add certainly a 50-50 chance of one piece of evidence being linked to that killer. The real what do you call it? shit hitting the fan, or whatever you want to call it. Like the real tell of all this, the real moment of truth is going to be when we are interviewing suspects. You know, how is the language model going to be reacting? If it blurts out, you know, the answer, then it's going to ruin the game, and you know what I mean. It might get confused or something. I don't know. I mean, because it's silly enough, I suppose it doesn't really matter too much. It's not like I'm gonna like be really upset if this becomes just an unplayable mess. I think it'll just be fun to mess around with a few times anyway, just to see what kind of results we get. But there's also a chance that this might work, you know, better than I thought it would. I mean, already it's like kind of turning out. I'll be honest, it's turning out better than I thought it would so far. Given that, you know, we're still building the thing, and these are just like first generation responses and requests, and you know, piecing things together, I think it's got potential. I think this could be a, you know, a playable experience. The things that could ruin it is if the AI blurts out the killer or something. Well, then it's ruined the game for everybody. But sometimes it's just a matter of like tweaking it and, you know, making sure that it doesn't do that in future runs. So, you know, hopefully we'll be able to get it so it doesn't do that. And sometimes it may just come down to like blind luck. Like, you know, I imagine there'll be a few games where it's like, okay, things really don't add up and don't make sense, and there's no real, you know, it really is just a stab in the dark as to guess who the killer was. And then it's just a, you know, 1 in however many suspects chance. In this case, it would be, how many suspects was there? Like, basically what I'm trying to figure out now is what's the worst thing that can happen as a result of everything we're putting together here. And the worst thing, as I can tell, that could happen is if the AI ruins it by blurting out the killer, which it may well do, because it does stuff like that sometimes. In which case, hopefully I can, you know, I can jiggle its prompts. Because the worst case scenario is if it does it too often and there's no way to stop it from doing it no matter what I put in the response, then, you know, I can hide the killer from the AI, which is kind of what I've done up to this point, right? Actually, that's not true, actually. I have started telling it who the killer is, and it isn't making it obvious who the killer is, so I think it's going to work fine. But yeah, if it does do that, hopefully I can find ways to not get it to do that. We could even hide the killer from the AI so the AI doesn't actually know who the killer is. But I'd rather it did, because what I basically want to do is I want to give it a different prompt as the killer to the victims. So the victims are going to get a prompt, and I have no idea what the outcome is going to be like. It'll be interesting to see what the outcome is going to be like. But for the red herring suspects, the prompt's going to be something like, you know, look, you are innocent, you didn't do anything wrong, you know, but you need to explain, you know, you need to explain your alibi, you need to provide an alibi and prove your innocence, essentially. But then for the killer, it's going to be like, look, you know, you must not get caught, you are the killer, you must come up with a convincing, you know, alibi to deceive the detective or whatever. And then what I'm hoping the result of that will be is, you know, if we ask enough questions, eventually we'll figure out, okay, this guy is clearly lying, you know what I mean? This guy is inconsistent and is clearly lying. But I also realize that it's AI and it's early generation. It's like, I think all of the suspects are probably gonna not necessarily lie, because obviously the whole thing's an illusion to begin with, but I think the AI will trip up and, you know, forget what it's told us previously. Which makes it look like it's lying, which essentially makes it look guilty, right? So worst case scenario, as far as I can tell, is it just ends up being a guessing game, right? So in this situation, if the AI is so bad at like trying to deliver a convincing narrative or whatever, or act as these suspects in their circumstances, where is the murder mystery? Then it just becomes a game of chance, right? Which could be fun in its own way, you know what I mean? So for this particular case, it would be a 1 in... How many suspects are there? There's only 5 suspects, so you'd have a 1 in 5 chance of guessing right. Which in itself could be kind of fun, right? And then finding out whether you were right or not. So I think even the worst version that this could turn into could still be kind of fun to play with for a bit. But yeah, I'm really hoping that I can get some kind of result where the most like, so what is my ideal version of this game? What should it look like? What does my ideal version of this game look like? Well, my ideal version of this game is that the AI is very good at giving convincing alibis to the innocent people, and then it comes up with some slightly shaky alibi from the murder victim. But if it's too on the nose with that, then the game becomes too easy, right? It's like, do you know what I mean? So if one person says they were in fucking outer space, and but they were also, you know, saving children from a burning orphanage, and everybody else has a convincing, believable story, then, you know, the game's not worth playing because it's just obvious who the killer is. So it is. I think it's going to take some tweaking and some experimenting and stuff, but my ideal version of the game is that you won't have a clue who's done it until you start feeling like, you know, one of the responses doesn't quite add up, right? Like one of the people you're talking to is saying one thing 1 minute and then they're saying something different the next, and they can't really answer. They can't really cover their inconsistencies very well. And I don't think it will fail to do that specifically. I think where it will fail, because I know where AI's weak points are, right? AI's weak points is that it tends to forget everything unless you completely remind it. And if you give it too much information, it just starts to hallucinate and talk absolute nonsense. So it's finding that fine line between giving it enough information so that it doesn't sound like a liar every time it forgets something, changing its story every 2 minutes, whilst also making sure it doesn't hallucinate and start fucking everything up, right? And again, I don't know, this is uncharted territory, right? I've never done anything like this before, so I have no idea how it's going to turn out. But I'm hoping that, you know, I can get something that kind of works out of this. I have no idea, but I'm interested to see how it turns out. You know, I'm interested to see what does it feel like? How does the AI respond when I'm asking it these questions? You know, so for example, when I ask Jimmy Fallon why, you know, what made him join this cult. See, because I also might think what I might want to do is feed everything, at this point, I might want to feed everything back to the AI and say, look, here's everything we have, right? Here are the suspects, here are their profiles. And we already know, through RNG, we already know that the killer was Jim, right? It's already been decided that Jimmy Fallon should be the killer, and, you know, he burned Arnold Schwarzenegger alive. It might be worth, before we go into investigations, like interviews, just saying to the AI, look, you know who the killer is, here's the killer's profile, and here's all the evidence and everything related to it. Give me an account of what happened. That's actually a really good idea, because then whether we win, because then that's a nice closing thing, right? So then whether we win or don't win the game, we have, it's like that. It's like in Danganronpa, right? Where, like, except Danganronpa takes 4 hours to do it. But it's like Danganronpa when it's like, okay, so what really happened? Well, it's like that bit with the comic book, right? Where Danganronpa's like, okay, here's what really happened. So-and-so did this, and then so-and-so did... I think you need that at the end of one of these, right? So actually, I think that's a good idea. Like, once we've tied the evidence, we're just about to go into interviews, I think we should put an AI request through and say, look, he is the killer. It's already been decided through RNG. It's Jimmy Fallon. He killed Arnold Schwarzenegger with fire. Here's the evidence that may potentially link him. Here's his character profile that's been delivered to the player. Give me a short story of what actually happened, right? How did he end up murdering this guy? And then AI should come back with a nice little story to tell us at the end, right? And then whether we guess right or wrong, I think it would be cool to be like, you know, oh, sorry, you got that wrong. You just arrested Michael Jackson and he was completely innocent. He is, you know, better luck next time. Here's what actually happened. And then it can read that story back to us, right? And why would that be useful? I think that would be useful because if we send that story to the killer, right? I don't know about the other suspects, because the other suspects wouldn't really know what really happened though, so it wouldn't make sense to send to the suspects. But we should send that story to the killer, right? So the killer's aware of what actually really happened. But then we should also tell it to lie and defend itself, right? Because I'm really curious what it does, right? So we should be like, okay, you are the killer. Here's what happened. You've already told us what happened. But we don't know as the player that you are the killer. Lie and protect yourself at any cost, you know what I mean? Try and convince us that you're not the killer and see what happens. The problem with that is I feel like you're going to have normal conversations with normal people, and then one guy's just going to be constantly, I swear on my mother and my children's life, I am not the killer. You have to believe me, I am not the killer. And then the game is like, okay, well, whoever just keeps saying they're not the killer is probably actually just the killer. So yeah, it's gonna take some tweaking and experimenting, but I'm really excited to see where it all ends up. So I'll probably come back to do some more of this a little bit later. But right now I need something to eat. I want a cup of tea. I need to go to the toilet. Whew, and I need a break. So I'll end it here for now. But yeah, this is looking promising, very promising. All right, I will see you next time.